Dear chess fans, greetings from the Switzerland where the summer is booming in Biel because we are at the biggest Swiss chess festival. Biel's International Chess Festival for the 59th year in a row is hosted here. We're going to be your hosts for today. My name is Angelika Valkova and I'm being joined by Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. Arturs, yesterday we've had Chess 960. Today we're going into the rapid portion of the GMT. What can we expect from today?
Hey, Angelika, and of course, welcome everybody. Yesterday was a pretty amazing day, a tough day, because it's always quite ambitious to start such a huge big festival, and the Chess 960 tournament itself was quite amazing to follow. We saw a lot of drama happening live, like there was this crazier Domosh heartbreak. But these things happen in professional chess. And today we are starting with the very first distance of the triathlon, the rapid tournament, 5 rounds to go. So let's have some fun here.
Absolutely, and here we have the format of the event. We're going to see the round-robin tournament in both Masters and Generation Challenge tournament. 6 players round-robin with a time control of 15 minutes plus 5 seconds bonus time. And what about scoring system, Arturs? It's quite important here because every win player is getting 2 points, which equals half of the points of the classical. We're going to get to it later, but it's very important to start well in GMT.
Which is really amazing about the Biel Chess Festival Triathlon is that this is part of the 3 tournament calculation together. In the classical tournament, they get 4 points for the win, 1.5 for a draw, 0 obviously for the loss. In rapid, it's 2 points for the win, 1 for a draw. In blitz is as usual, and then everything is counted together. And like from all the previous years' experience, Angelika, it is always, pretty much always decided in the final days. It's usually a very, very tight race.
Absolutely, very tight, and we have a very nice field this year, super exciting. As well as the players getting seated, we see almost all of them are being seated. And I see that they're getting something on the hand. I guess it is our one of our partners of the Biel Chess Festival, Orange Watch. Arturs, what do you think about the watches?
Yeah, it's a great watch. I have it myself. As I understand it, you have it your own on your hand, Angelika. So it shows that I'm correct. That's all I need, really. I think there's some extra features, but it's a cool watch. And also some of the players have it. But the round is about to start. As you can see, the players are getting some
equipment.
So what are they doing there?
No, they're getting the watch.
Yeah, the watch.
They're getting the watch. There are extra equipment that they need at the game. And as I understand, Aydin Süleymanli is getting the one. He's going to face Levon Aronian, the most experienced player in the field with the black pieces. Aydin Süleymanli was, by the way, leading yesterday after the round robin, but it was Matthias Blübaum who, knocked at the door and scored the victories in the important final 2 rounds.
I don't know how I would feel if I was Levon, seeing my opponent receiving such a power-up before the round. Like it's a bonus here. But okay, jokes aside, the games are about to start. Here we see the players are seated. Also in the background, which you can't see right now, there's the rapid tournament going on. In parallel, the rounds are synchronized and the round is starting.
Yeah, the handshake has just happened. We see the first move has been played in the game, Levon Aronian against Aydin Süleymanli. And as well as you were mentioning, there is this open tournament which is happening, but the 4 rounds have been already played before. So they started early in the morning and they have 5 more rounds to play so that they are sync closing ceremony together with the Masters and Generation Challenge tournament. I mean, Arturs, choosing from all the matchups we have for the first round, I mean, who do you think stands out? I mean, yes, against Matthias Blübaum, is it something what we want to watch since Matthias won yesterday the Chess 960?
Absolutely, and I think for Matthias this was a really great result because he did start the Chess 960 tournament not so well. He played the tournament with 2 blacks in a row. He lost first round and then he recovered and finished with a beautiful 4.5 points out of 7. For Yes, it was up and down tournament. He's still the youngest participant of the event, although very ambitious. Just recently he defeated the former world champion Veselin Topalov in a classical match, 5 points versus 1. So he's a name to watch out for.
And Yes is also breaking all the records possible. Right now, the youngest 2700 in the history of chess. And after this historic match, as Arturs, you mentioned, he got this, and it's amazing to have him in the field for the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon this year. We had quite some, young participants this year, and in the also Generation Challenge, we have almost all of them young participants, and Alexander Kostnyuk is the only one who is trying to defend from the earlier generation. Definitely.
Absolutely. So yeah, it's a great place to be in here. Also, the next year we're going to have a 60-year anniversary of the Biel Chess Festival. Probably something special is coming up here in Biel. By the way, the weather is really, really nice as usual. In case you haven't been here, come here next year and see it for yourself. Located in the middle of the city of the Bienne, the bilingual city next to the Ural Mountains. Typically, the weather is like plus 30 degrees, etc. There's a lot of tourists. A couple of days ago, we had football fans cheering outside, and yeah, it just feels like a great place to be.
Absolutely, amazing place and perfect place to be in the middle of the summer, and definitely, bilingual city. They both speak German and French. And let's probably dive into the position. What is happening? Which opening do we have on the board of Yes against Matthias?
Well, this is something I know quite a bit because it's the King's in an attack, and I played it against Matthias himself. We did this, I think, in 2021 FIDE Grand Swiss, and I see that here Yes has played a rather unusual move. Knight e5 quite early on. This is something I don't necessarily recognize. And Matthias also in our game, he played this early a5, a4. So you can see Black has rapidly advanced the pawn at the queen side. It's very, very deep stuff. Pretty much at the highest level, very strong grandmasters do this. They try to grab a lot of space at one of the sides while not defining placement of the pieces, and then try to, improvise off.
Move. So pushing the pawn to the e5 square. Arturs, what is the difference between, pushing the pawn to e5 and now bringing the knight to e5? What is he trying to do? To stop development of Black's knight?
Well, I have never seen it before. I think it's a very honest answer. So without going so much back in the opening theory here, all of this is pretty standard stuff. And I don't remember the move orders. I played it against Matthias, but it was pretty much exact like this, a5, a4 very early on. And normally you're totally correct, Angelika. White does play rook e1, e5, knight f1, h4, knight h2, bishop f4, etc. Engine says it's not a big deal, but in the rapid game, it's very easy to play. But this knight e5 is something really new. And I have seen this maneuver in some Neo-Catalan lines, but well, Engine says it's playable, and definitely it's an element of surprise.
Definitely, I just checked, there have been not a single game in the database of chess.com, and maybe there is more if we're digging deeper and, maybe some correspondence games. But according to the chess.com database of the Masters game, it has never been played before. Might be a novelty, played here at the Biel Chess Festival, and it's amazing to start, with such an improvise at the first round.
Yeah, what I love about opening theory, how chess developing, is that the common understanding that you have to fight for an opening advantage is rapidly changed because pretty much Black is doing all right in most of the openings. It's basically impossible to prove an advantage. So lately the trend is shifting towards, I just want to get nice and simple position where I have simple plans. So that's why, once again, the King's in an attack is returning to the highest levels. So knight e5, this is just brand new twist. And I think that queen c7 probably surprised here White. And is he going to play f4 here? Because in the King's in an attack, I don't think they typically include this move.
Yeah, f4 looks like a move that's opening also diagonal to the king. The other move which defends the knight is also knight d to f3, but I'm not sure if it is something what Yes would like to do, because then there is no longer f4 move possible.
Yeah, maybe let me explain why f4 is not really such an automatic move, because I think most of the chess fans, they would just blitz it out immediately. The point is, in the King's in attack, when you have the knight on f3, you do play this e5, h4, knight f1, and the bishop f4, where the Daxwa bishop is one of the most instrumental pieces to go for the attack. And yeah, sure, f4, it does make sense. It secures the knight. It gives you the feeling you have a pretty nice small center there, but it also blocks your own bishop here. That's why it's not so obvious for Erdomus.
I'm wondering, can white take on d5? Because then the rook is going to defend the knight on e5, and the next move you can play knight d2 f3, or you can be flexible and just play knight d2 f3 first.
Sure, I mean, you can do that, but I think he wanted to get a better version of the king's in an attack, so this queen c7 is pretty smart. Let's say black would have played, for example, knight c6, which is probably not very accurate. I think this is what Erdomus wanted, to play e5, knight e7, knight f3, still go for the typical ideas of the king's in attack at the king's side, but at the same time, for black, it's much harder to organize the counterplay at the queen's side.
Yeah, that's definitely it. But also black traded, one pair of knights, so there should be no longer the space advantage. But he goes for f4. He goes for it.
He did it. Okay, this probably means that he is on his own, and we can most likely estimate that this is a pretty balanced game. The engine slightly favors black, but I think that it's a good idea that we also check another game. Maybe if I would have to select a game, Angelika, which would you like to follow?
I mean, definitely, I would like to follow the game of the winner of Chess 960, Marco Materia, because he won Generation Challenge. Yeah, let's just dive in immediately to that game and see what is happening, because he's facing Václav Finek, who was also not so far away from him.
Let's go. Okay. And we have some sort of a Catalan on the board, where you see white has given up the pawn on c4. All of this is pretty standard, and I think that there's a general understanding between the chess fans. If you're playing the d4, c4 lines, the queen's gambit accepted or declined, you should be mentally ready to give up the pawn on c4, or you just do not play the line at all. Black has captured the pawn on c4 and retreated, and white says, okay, you got it, but I have a lot of activity here. You see, you have well-positioned pieces. There's some pressure here at the pawn on c6, and black is facing a dilemma. Should he defend it or give it up and try to trade it for some favorable trades?
What would be your choice if you're playing this position, Arturs? Would you give up the pawn?
Well, I'm a greedy guy. I think I would try to keep the pawn as much as I can, but at the same time, I think you have to be really careful about it, because you don't want to be passive. For example, I'm talking about moves like bishop b7. You defend the pawn, but it's at the cost of your bishop, and then white could maybe in some lines, part of my silly arrows, go for some king's-head attack. So that's why it's not really so obvious, and I think it's a great practical choice here by the young Czech Grandmaster Václav Finek.
What about queen c8? My idea is that I don't want to block the rook from a7 so that it can always join. Ideally would be queen c7, but queen c7 would block the rook. So yeah, just to defend the pawn like this with a queen.
Yeah, queen c8 looks logical. Rook c7 looks logical. Maybe giving up the pawn is logical. Maybe knight e5 makes sense. Okay, rook c7 here was played by Marco. And I was obviously following both of them playing yesterday. I don't really know them so well. I know that they're really great young stars from France and Czech Republic respectively, but I really like some of their decision making, especially of Marco, how he treated the chess 960 positions, and you could see that they're artists essentially.
Yeah, and Václav Finek, he's still on paper, he's international master, but he's GM elect. What does it mean? He fulfilled all the norms, he fulfilled the rating requirement, and basically he just needs the approval of
getting GM, yeah?
Yeah, he's pretty much a grandmaster, exactly. So yeah, and one of the youngest and strongest players, and he went for the rook c7, as you mentioned, just defending the pawn. Arturs, while we were discussing this game, something exciting happened in the Masters. It was game of Levon Aronian against, Levon Aronian against Aydin Suleimanli. There have been some pawn pushes on the king side, some h4, g4. Of course, these are also the moves in the Sicilian, which we have, we have these moves like h4, g4 for quite some time. It is the game in the question is on the top left corner. Dear viewers, knight b3 have just been played, targeting the queen, but this h4, g4 moves starting an attack on the king side. I mean, but the kings are not castled yet. What do you think about it, Arturs? I mean, is the attack going to happened there. Shall we go to the game?
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty fascinating struggle in the open Sicilian, this sort of Keres attack. And this is, by the way, one of the reasons why the so-called Scheveningen setup, by the way, I think I pronounced it correctly. We have our producer here, Bick, he's from the Netherlands. Scheveningen? Yeah, I think
Scheveningen.
No, it's not Scheveningen. It's Scheveningen. You know, I practiced, Angelica. Trust me, I know it. Anyway, so they go to this Sicilian position here after e6, which is quite rare because nowadays the main line is a6 and e5. And I think the last time when the Scheveningen line was quite popular, this was like in the 90s or 80s and 90s when Garry Kasparov was playing against Anatoly Karpov, one of their legendary matches. And one of the big reasons why e6 is so dangerous is exactly because of g4 and why it very quickly develops this king set attack, which goes by the name of the Keres attack.
Yeah, and we have already bishop e2 on the board, so idea is defend the pawn on g4. There is no e5 in the position targeting the knight, defending, attacking the pawn.
Well, if you ask me, I'm already out of the book because I don't know when was the last time I really checked the Scheveningen variation. I think that typically what white wants to do, he wants to play something like g5, naturally recapture the pawn, presuming that the rook at h1 is defended, and somehow very quickly toss the king to the queen side, play a 4 f5, and claim checkmate in 15. It's somehow working like this, but here bishop e2 is kind of a slower move, but you're right, yeah, it does protect the pawn on g4.
Just getting advantage, just getting the space advantage on the king side, and just recalling, how the players, played yesterday. It was Aydin Suleimanli who beat Levon Aronian in his favorite chess 960 format. This is very important game to strike back for Levon, to make a revenge in this position.
Oh yeah, definitely Levon is looking for the revenge because he started the tournament with 2 points out of 2. Then this third round game, I think somebody pulled it up on social media where Aronian had to find knight c6. In case you dear viewers missed it, you can go back to the Chess 960s tournament games archive and check out his missed victory over Aydin. It was very difficult to find on seconds, but I mean, we had so many amazing games yesterday. And I mean, what I really love about Levon, he's always so chill. He's here to enjoy the atmosphere. His debut here in Biel and return to Switzerland after so many years playing competitive chess here in Switzerland. It's just amazing to see him here.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, and crazy that it's only his first edition that he plays at the Biel Chess Festival, playing all the tournaments in the world. He also played a couple of times in Switzerland, and now he's back to Biel. I would suggest to pull up the bird's eye view to check how other games are unfolding and pick another game to follow. What strikes my attention is a game on the bottom right. It is Alexander Kosteniuk against Carissa Yup. I mean, the rook just slides into the b7 square. There was a pawn earlier on e6. Something crazy happens, and the pawns are what I'm worried about for white. There being too many pawn islands. What do you think, Arturs?
Yeah, that looks really interesting. Also, there are some quite interesting struggles in the other games. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which one to pick.
Yeah, because yes, against Matthias Bluebaum, the game we first started looking at, its top middle board, there is some attack on the king side ongoing. It's tough to decide which game to continue. If I'm going to look at the other games, definitely Vaishali Majrabi against Tong Shao is also a very interesting position there. There is an isolated pawn on the d4. As well as we have Václav Finek on the bottom left corner. That game we shortly followed. Queen c8 was the last move just now, defending the pawn, stepping away from the x-ray of the rook. And of course, it is the 3 times winner of the Biel Chess Festival, Lim Le, in the top right corner, facing Jose Martinez. There have been some attacks. I mean, similar pawn structure that we have in the position of Václav Finek and Marco Materia. Maybe they had also the same opening, the Catalan. And yeah, just now the knight b8 was played. Mysterious move.
Yeah, it looks like exactly the same opening. We have then Cecilia Alapin and Vaishali versus Tong Shao. Then there's this weirdness in the game of Alexandra Kosteniuk against Carissa. A lot of action is going on. By the way, I see some update in Ronian's game versus Suleimanli. It seems that Black did push d5. There was this
Ooh.
pawn break. I think this is how you're supposed to do this. You're supposed to organize some counter-strike in the center, and White has still some attacking ideas
Well,
at the king side.
a lot of action. I mean, this is rapid, you know, they have to figure out their moves, I mean, so fast. They don't have enough time. As, you know, one wise person didn't once said that, you know, I don't know what to do, either to party the full night or to, you know, sleep the full night before the rapid. And yeah, definitely, because it's halfway classical. At the same time, there is a lot of time troubles, as we've seen yesterday, but again, it was chess 960, so now players are coming prepared, now with the theoretical knowledge, coming to the tournament and being ready. As we've seen, yes, Conor Dogmush has prepared this nasty knight e5 move against Matthias Bluebaum.
Yeah, and here Black is thinking, Aydin is thinking, so he was the last-minute addition to the tournament. Originally, Noderbek Yakuboyev was supposed to arrive, but I think he had some visa issues here. I don't know what is the reason. I'm very, very sorry not to see him being able to come here, but Aydin, he was the last-minute replacement, and we met with each other in Charlotte, in United States, during the Naroditsky Memorial. And yeah, I said that maybe we're going to have to have you as a replacement. He gladly agreed, and there you go. A couple of days later, he's here in Biel, starting really well in the Chess 960 tournament. So Aydin is also a name to look out for, because, I mean, I still very clearly remember, Angelika, how he won the Aeroflot Open, one of the strongest open tournaments in the world, at age 14.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. You know, Arturs, there is such a, you know, the slogan for the Nokia, the phone company, Nokia connecting people. And I think Arturs connecting people, you know,
Yeah.
connecting players with the Biel Chess Festival. So it was definitely amazing that you were both there and you could meet. It's amazing substitution just a few days before the tournament start. And yeah, Aydin is also showing his amazing results so far. Yesterday, leading the round-robin tournament, but after the 2 rounds, it was Matthias Bluebaum who took over. But okay, second place is also nothing to, you know, complain about. And to remind our viewers, yesterday we had chess 960, but the points are not counted in the Grandmaster Triathlon point system because it was only the tiebreaker. So basically the places the players finished last day, yesterday, they're going to be important at the very end of the triathlon.
Yeah, okay, so let's again go back to the overview and see what are the changes in the position. So Ronian versus Suleimanli, there's this d5 break, quite typical for Sicilian, and I think that we're talking about the top left corner, where Aronian is definitely hinting towards the long side castle, some g5 stuff, and Aydin is trying to figure out, do I castle the short side? Because you don't castle immediately just to, you know, bring your king to the corner. It's all about the king's safety, and he's trying to figure out, is his king going to be the safe there?
But what happened that he played already rook c8, he cannot castle long, so basically his king either going to stay in the center or he will have to castle short, but castling short means castling into attack, so it's, yeah, very tough choice right now for Aydin Suleimanli from Azerbaijan.
The update in the game of Erdomosh versus Bluebaum, which started as a king's in an attack but early transposed into Erdomosh's opening. I have no idea how else to name it. There was this early move, knight e5, and wow, g4, g5. I love this maneuver, Angelika, because I think he is hinting, so we're talking about the top middle board, he's thinking of some ideas like queen h5, rook e3, rook h3, and go for a very direct kingside attack. I love the idea, even though the evaluation bar says it's equal. Well, nobody has taught engines one thing up to date is that it's quite unpleasant to play for black.
So that was the idea of knight e5, essentially, to play this g4, supporting with the knight from e5, supporting the push g4 and then g5, and just create some very different type of attack. I mean, I have never seen something like this in the King's Indian being played before. He's creating some new stuff. I think at this moment, I mean, if Bassam Amin is watching the broadcast, if he's following the game, he will be surprised, you know, because as we know, Bassam Amin is one of the experts. I mean, he's playing the King's Indian attack, King's Indian defense, almost in all of his games. So I would really love to hear his opinion on this.
Yeah. So, Min is really, really great when it comes to this opening, but I have a feeling we are already in a different realm. The game is definitely heating up. So then we have two quite similar positions, which is the top right corner, Lim Le against Jose Martinez, also Václav Finek against Marco Materia. That's the lower left corner. There's some sort of a Catalan. The only difference is on the top right corner, Black has given up the extra pawn to solve the opening problems, and Marco has different ideas. He is going to hold on to the pawn at the queen side, and of course, typically in these positions, as Václav illustrates this, you're supposed to start a kingside attack with h4 and g4, g5 to follow.
And as we saw it yesterday, it was pretty dangerous. Marco Materia won the chess 90-60 tournament. But Arturs, let's pick a game and just dive in and see what's happening. Is it going to be Yes against Matthias Blübaum or Levon Aronian against Aydin Suleimanli? I mean, what would you like to pick? Because attacks are ongoing right now. The boards are heating up.
All right. So we originally started, I think, with Aronian against Suleimanli. So we're going to start with this game. Obviously, super important game, but you could tell that about every single game here. Bishop d4 is the last move here. White is attacking the knight on e5. Comes with the cheapo also. You could castle short. Bishop takes on e5. Queen takes on e5. Bishop h7. I think this is the last thing that Levon really expects, but he is getting ready for the long castle here.
He is, so we're going to see the opposite castling. We're going to see attacks on the both sides of the board. For Black, it should be b5, b4 is something that he's aiming for. Their queen is already on c7. Oh, and he's going for b5 immediately. So he's saying, if you're going to castle alongside, b4 is coming. I'm going to open up the queen side fully. So now a big question to Levon. How to stop the b4 push? Or will he be forced to keep his king in the center? I mean, it's, you know, such a big question. You know, I think the first person to castle is going to determine the game for the second one.
I mean, Levon is like, why don't you castle the short side? I'm allowing you to do this. And Aydin is like, I'm fine, right here. I'm going to stay with the king in the center because he does feel that the king on e8 is better protected. Even though if he would castle the short side, it would connect his both rooks. But g4, g5, opening up the h-file is a very big threat. And I kind of like his last move, Angelica, even though, yeah, the evaluation bar immediately screams there's something wrong with it. He's also saying that if you're going to castle to the long side, there's going to be some consequences with b4, and that's why Aronian is thinking.
But look at this, 8 minutes for Levon Aronian against 1 minute for Aydin Suleimanli. I mean, 7 extra minutes of time. And do you think it's going to play a huge role in the result of the game? Because Levon has it all. He has time, he has experience, and the choice where to castle, long or short.
I don't know what happened there. Either Aydin was so unhappy about his position, or he forgot his morning coffee or something. But yeah, it's very rare to see this happening so early on. Only 1 minute in a very, very sharp position. So Aronian is definitely going to use his time to figure out things. I think visually, Angelica, it looks pretty obvious that he has to go for the long side, play a4, g5, because g5 is never really a threat if the rook at h1 is not guarded with the other rook. And yeah, we are going to see. I think it's a good idea that we also can select another game.
Absolutely. Let's pull up the bird's eye view to see what else is happening in the round, to switch on to the other games. Which one, you know, strikes your attention? And first of all, the Yes against Matthias Blübaum in the top middle board. I mean, the attack is ongoing. Do we want to dive in there?
Yeah, I want to. I really want to.
Absolutely.
And the last moves were g5, 98, and knight g4. So here, White is clearly saying, I'm up to no good at the king side. He wants to do something there, which is very characteristic for the kings in an attack opening. Matthias, a couple of moves ago, played 98 and play f6. The idea is maybe not being aggressive, but he wants to slow down White's attack. Because if we go back a couple of moves ago, here, right here, Ardomash's idea was very clear. He wants to play queen h5, he wants to play rook e3, rook h3, and how do you defend? against the checkmate. Yeah, like it's a very common idea in the Sicilian defense, and that's why Matthias he had to respond with f6, get rid of this knight on e5, and try to open up the position. But knight g4 takes on g5, and Erdomus, by the way, is not automatically recapturing.
Yeah, he's still thinking. And by the way, I mean, like, what is coming to his attention here? I mean, does he want to attack first the bishop on e7, or what does he want to do?
The only idea I can think of, instead of the automatic capture, is knight e3 and target the pawn on d5. Maybe.
What?
He cannot be easily defended.
What about jumping with the knight back to e5? Just coming back and continue the plan which he wanted.
Wow.
Just sacrificing another pawn.
Wow. That's an idea.
Okay, computer I see
takes.
doesn't like it, but...
Oh, I love it. Yeah, queen g4, especially if they're not my pawns. So queen g4, queen e6, bishop f4. I like it. Because, I mean, he simply didn't have any choice. Here you see after f6, he has to retreat to the knight. And after knight g4, f takes on g5. I'm pretty sure, Angelica, he did look at knight e5, but he decided, okay, I'm just going to take the pawn here, f takes on g5, because I can always play knight e5 and queen g4 later.
Oh, an attack is going to be ongoing. And by the way, there is no longer going to be the pawn on the g3, but he cannot take on g5. Bishop is defending. So the pawn is all defended. Everything is defended. And he's ready to push for g6 at some moment even.
Also notice, this is the thing that the engine cannot tell us. Black has some difficulties to continue development, because if he plays knight c6, bishop takes to d5, he's done with a check. If you play knight e7, the bishop on e7 is under attack. If you play knight a6, well, the knight feels weird here. That's why here Matthias does have some practical problems, and he responded with d4.
Offering the bishop trade. I mean, looks logical. He wants to weaken the king of white. But computer doesn't like it. Let's try to figure out why. What is exact problem here? Is there concrete decision in the position?
Yeah, maybe there's nothing even terribly wrong with this move. It's just a slower move, and I think what Matthias wants, he wants to trade the bishops, put the knight on c6, defend the bishop on e7, and here immediately Erdomus played queen e2, targeting the bishop on e7, but also there's a very big idea to play queen e6, knight e5, and build the dream of every chess subredditor who love these ideas. Queen e6, knight e5, knight f7, knight h6, queen g8, knight f7. I've seen so many threads about this happening, but no, Erdomus takes on g2 with a queen.
He takes on g2 with a tempo, attacking the rook on a8. So he's winning time, bringing the queen to the g file, the attacking file. Also, maybe queen h3 is possible at some moment, pointing out at the h7 square. Is there anything else that he has as ideas? Knight h6, knight f6, sacrifice a knight?
Something. Yeah, something could be happening there, but probably the more senior threat is this rook under attack. So instead of the automatic knight c6, also rook a7 seems to be reasonable. Walk away from the attack and just in case defend the bishop on e7. I'm not really sure why the engine says white is so much better here, but yeah, maybe there's something going on the king side.
While there is a lot going on in the king side, there is something happening in our game. I would like to pull up the bird's eye view. It's game Václav Finek against Marco Materi in the bottom left corner. There is a feeling the queen on h5 is almost being trapped. There are almost not a single move for the queen to move. I mean, do you think there is a way to trap it?
That's a question. I suppose we are going to find our answer immediately. Queen e4, beautiful centralizing move, hitting the rook on b7. How do you trap the queen again? Because if you play rook d5, there's always going to be queen g6, but maybe black has some problems with the coordination.
Maybe white has knight f5, targeting the bishop on e7 and pawn on g7, double attack.
Yeah, this could be it.
Ooh.
Somehow combining the ideas, either knight f5 with the double attack, the bishop on e7, the pawn on g7, or maybe at the right time play g4, h5, what is doing really well. And there you go, Václav immediately blitzed out knight f5. Black is in a big trouble here.
The winner of the Chess 960 tournament from yesterday, Marco Matera, had amazing performance in Generation Challenge, but today, in the first round, looks like he's collapsing.
I don't see a move, to be honest, because how do you defend the bishop here? It's a very simple attack, maybe bishop d8 or rook e8, but rook e8 jumps under some very unpleasant pins. On top of that, you need to watch out for some g4, h5 ideas. The queen on h5 is so unfortunately placed, and, well, black's extra pawn at the queen side doesn't even feel.
It doesn't really matter. The bishop is so dangerous from b2. He's just x-raying the full diagonal in this position. And knight f6, he's giving up a knight because knight on f5 is under attack by the queen.
Nice trick. Nice trick. I like it. But the question is, doesn't it still
g4?
lose by force? Yeah, g4, queen g6, h5, queen e6. I would love to take on c6, but you always, you could even take on c6. There's no fork on e7. Knight g7 is a move. Bishop takes on g7, looks for... By the way, bishop g7 looks amazing here.
Oh, bishop g7, just taking the pawn, attacking the rook. How are you going to deal with it? Knight h6, bishop h6 are coming. Ooh,
Yeah.
so tough.
Yeah,
So
bishop
tough to
g7 looks
handle.
like a killer here. And maybe black's only idea is to... I was thinking some knight e4, but no, you can just always take on f8. I don't know what you do after bishop g7 here.
Yeah, that's a tough position now for Marco Materia. Looks like he has to try to solve this issue, which, as we see, unsolvable. He cannot.
Yeah,
cannot make it work.
it's unsolvable. Let's maybe stay here for the time being and see how the game is going to unfold. He does take on g7 with the bishop. Also, obviously, the action is rapidly evolving in all the other games. I can see from the overview, every other game is more or less balanced. This one is the most critical one. Here you go. This is the overview of all the 6 games, but let's go back to the action. Rook c8 here was immediately played by Marco, and white is trying to find a way to wrap up the game and get the point.
The pawn on h6 is hanging. Knight can take on h6, but then bishop is going to hang. Bishop h6 is also possible at the same time. I mean, it's tough to choose even out of all the moves that white has in this position, because looking like rook on a7 has to defend the knight on e8, e7. Knight on c6 defend the knight on e7. Rook on c8 defends the knight on c6. So all pieces have to defend each other. It's such a position where black pieces are super untangled, and it's not so easy untangle then anymore.
And I think here Václav is definitely looking for the way to immediately wrap up the game, but maybe there's no need to rush with things because his position is so amazing. All the pieces are well positioned. He could just make slow improving moves, but the clock, he has only 20 seconds. He desperately wants to wrap up the game, but he doesn't see how.
Rook d5. He's just improving his piece and defends the knight on f5.
There's some ideas to trap the queen
Also
with some rook g5 stuff or h5 and go for the attack. I love it.
Just take on a7 and rook g5.
Yeah, it depends, really. I mean, knight e7, there's still rook e7 because your queen is under attack. But yeah, ultimately the idea is to play some sort of a rook g5 and pray it works.
Too many threats for position for black. Marco is in a big trouble right now. Yeah, I mean, it feels like that this game is going to finish in the victory for white. Okay, bishop f6 was played, just last hope.
Rook d6 is winning, h5 is winning.
Very beautiful.
Queen h5.
97. 97 winning the queen.
96. 97 is also rook e7.
But winning, there is no e7.
Yeah, this is a double
attack. You cannot save from it.
It's still tricky here, especially when you're playing on seconds. You can mess it up because if you walk away with the bishop, you take on c6, your knight at 5 might be still under attack, so knight e5. Wait, watch out for knight g4, queen h2, and queen f2 checkmate idea.
Some massive updates from the game of Yes against Matthias Bluebaum. I would like to go there. What do you say? Because this was the match we started. Yes against Bluebaum.
Let's go.
Let's go there. Let's go there. Something, I mean, has rapidly changed. There has been attack. Yes was attacking, but just now the queens were traded.
The queens are traded, and it seems here the a pawn cannot be stopped. The bishop on e5 is so well blocked by the pawn on d4. And we just saw the resignation from the young Turkish player. Matthias Bluebaum is starting the tournament with a great victory.
And look at Yes right now. He's in complete shock. How could it happen? I mean, he was in control. He was attacking. He secured the lead in the opening because of his preparation. But now he's completely shocked. How could it happen? How could he lose this game?
Yeah, but let's go back to another game. Maybe let me select the game of Levon Aroni against Aydin Suleymanli. There's a lot of action happening right now at the very end of the first round. This is a rook endgame between two players. Black has an extra pawn. It doesn't look like Aronian is going to get his revenge for the loss in the Chess 960 tournament, but who knows?
Yeah, who knows, definitely. But yeah, this is a double rook endgames, and the black would always try to have some checks. But black essentially is upper pawn in this position. So if someone could win here, it's Aydin.
It looks like there's going to be a rook trade.
Okay.
Aronian is going to capture two pawns. Black's going to take on h5. I think this game is getting to a draw.
Let's go to Limle.
Limle, all right.
Limle against Jose Martinez. We haven't checked that game.
Let's go.
And I see that Lim is without a queen. What happened? Ooh,
He lost it.
he lost it.
Somewhere along the way, and here we have white two minor pieces for the queen. Also, the pawn on d5 is quite strong. Engine says that black is easily winning, but still there might be some tricks. Rook c8 here. No, queen d3. The pawn on b3 is also so strong for black.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the pawn is super strong, and it's so tough to find a way to block it. But black has somehow to bring the rook to the game.
Yeah, I don't think it's so easy actually, because there's no rook a1 check. The bishop on f6 defends it. Okay, you make a window for the king, but if I would ask you, how do you make a progress here for black? Not so easy, because the b pawn doesn't move forward. You cannot eliminate the pawn on d6, and you want to get some clarity, but how do you do it?
But look what Jose is doing. He's playing h6. His idea is to go to g5. Now the point is that the white squares are opening for the king, and king is going to escape, so rook can join the game on the a file.
I'm going to play h5.
Ah.
I'm going to build you a cage, and here Leblanc is just moving king g2, king g1. He has a bit easier position, even though Engine says it's dead lost. He cannot really improve his position. He says you have to figure out yourself. Did he figure himself? I
Okay.
think this is the idea. Rook c1, queen e4.
Yeah, absolutely. That some checkmate ideas already are in the position for Jose Martinez.
Queen e4. Queen e4, rook c1. You need to watch out also for your king's safety, because if you're going to miss rook b8, rook h8, this is going to be bad news.
The question is going to be, who is going to checkmate first?
Yeah. Queen d3, okay. Bishop b5, no, not easy once again for Jose. I don't see an easy plan once again. g5 is going to be h5. You don't want to leave the last rank, because you might get just checkmated here on rook h8.
What about playing h5 and then playing g5, sacrificing the pawn but opening up the way for the king? No, he goes for g5.
He goes for the g5, and I think h5 here is going to be immediately responded. Makes perfect sense. Of course, Engine as usual hates it. White wants to play something like g4. Again, build a cage for the king. I think, Angelica, your idea did make a lot of sense. Bishop f6, and black is still trying to figure out, is it going to be rook c1 here with a checkmate on h1?
Rook c1, if white is going rook b8, black is the first one to checkmate, but knight g2 to the saver, defending from the checkmate.
Is this a mate? Can I allow white to play d7? You have literally seconds, and Martinez made a move with 1 second on the clock.
Oh my god, he almost lost on time. Queen b1, he's threatening a checkmate, rook h1, how do you stop it?
Big mate threat, is there
Queen
a mate?
d3?
Queen e3, knight h4, where's the mate? There's no mate.
Where is the checkmate?
The b pawn does move forward.
But
Rook b8 is also a threat in some lines. Watch out for the
Queen
pawn on
d6.
d6.
Yeah, you cannot play rook b8, so for that reason he's free to go one move.
Queen
But wait,
e4.
queen e4?
Yeah, I think this is going to be
Rook
a mate.
g1.
Rook g1, queen h1. Beautiful find. Knight g2, queen d3, knight e3. He just repeats the moves to gain some extra time. Very smart play here by the top Mexican grandmaster. f3,
Yeah.
and that's it. I think he's going to win this.
f3, queen e1,
Or queen e2.
or queen e2. But queen e1 is check.
And he resigns. What a game.
Oh, crazy, crazy game by Jose Martinez at the very end for Limle. Such a sad start, right? Yesterday at Chess 960, losing these games. I mean, he was in the last in the leaderboard, and now he's losing the first game in the Rapid. But what a round it has been. I mean, Arturs, let's pull up the results of the round 1 of the Rapid in the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon, and here we have them.
Yeah, these are, you see a couple of victories here for Bluebaum, for Jose Martinez, for Alexander Kostanyuk, and Marco Materia. Everybody else finished in a draw, but dear viewers, we probably need some hydration break, Angelica?
Definitely, today there is no FIFA World Cup, but your commentators do need the hydration break. So, dear viewers, take your break as well and stay tuned for more from the rapid portion of the Biel Chess Festival. See you in a bit.
My son was playing chess. I'm not a chess player, I only played a little in at school. And when my son was 9 years, he beat me, and so we stopped to play together. But then Mr. Sui, he made the festival before 97. He asked me to come to the committee as father, and so I started the committee, and since 98 and come president of the festival. Yes, we started the festival now today, and we are also thinking of the next year when it's the 60th festival without interruption, and so we are preparing something special.
Welcome back, dear viewers. I hope you enjoyed your hydration break and our players, hopefully as well, and are ready for the round 2 of the rapid portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Arturs, what was the highlight for the first round for you?
Time scramble, obviously.
Time
Yeah,
scramble.
there was some crazy stuff. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the craziness that happened in Erdomish's game against Matthias Blubaum. There were some fireworks going on. I'll definitely make sure to include it in the recap. But some decisive games. Also, it was very great to see that, for example, Matthias, since I mentioned him, he did so well. He just recently played in the FIDE Candidates tournament. He won the yesterday's Chess 960 tournament, so he is in a great shape. I think this result also pretty much confirms it, even though it's just the start of the tournament. But the Chess 960 winner in the Generations Challenge tournament, Marco Materi, he lost.
And checking, the round 2 pairings as we have them right now. In the Masters tournament, we'll have another nice clashes. Yes, Erdogmush against Levon Aronian, the generation clash, one of the highlights of the round. Matthias Blubaum versus Limlea, the 3-time GMT Biel Chess Festival winner. Jose Martinez with white against Aydin Suleiman Lee. In challengers, we have Alexandra Kostnuk versus Václav Vainik, Carissa Yu versus Vaishali Ramesh Babu, the female clash, and Xiao Tong against Marco Materi. I mean, Arturs, which game are going to start following?
There's many great choices. And since we have Matthias Blubaum versus Limlea on the screen, let's start with this one.
Absolutely.
And try to delve into it. Here you can see this was the Carlsbad, by the way, one of my beloved pawn structures, and very quickly it transposed into what is this, Angelica?
These are some hanging pawns, but they are central pawns, e4, d4.
Right. So this was the Carlsbad, one of the most popular openings early on, and without any big analysis to go forward into, white typically goes for some simpler plans, but this is a very modern touch, and Matthias very quickly make a break in the center. But what really amazes me, Angelica, is the speed, how players play it out, and it probably means one thing: they're really, really familiar with this position.
Yeah, yesterday we've seen the players taking time even at the first move. Of course, it was Chess 960. They had no idea about the position, how to develop the pieces, what to do. Today they have rapid, so they had time to prepare yesterday, even before the tournament, and starting with some novelties in the opening, like in the first round, yes, with a completely crazy knight e5. Here we see players fully aware of what is going on because they have been prepared.
Knight h5, bishop takes on g6. All of this is done very quickly. The only clue I have here is the evaluation bar, which says that black is supposedly slightly better. Might be still quite early to tell, because very often, the viewers, this assessment comes from like one single line, which you have to know really deep, and even then it just changes to something equal. The blitzing speed continues.
They continue play. The castle has just been played. The question is, will white castle short? I mean, the f-file looks open and the g4. Can you trap the knight?
I want to. I don't know if I don't know any theory here. The first big question here I would have is, what is wrong by winning the knight on h5? And here there's pretty much the first pause of Matthias. He does not immediately respond with g4 or should castle. I mean, at some point, you got to be out of the book.
Is there bishop h4 check? So the idea is if you play g4.
Oh, we can analyze it. We're commentators, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
All right. So g4, the knight is trapped. You can't go anywhere. There is c takes on d4. I don't know what it changes. Queen takes on d4. But there's also bishop h4 check. Possibly king f1. Probably some very deep theoretical discussion here. How about I open up the position here with c takes on d4, see what happens.
Absolutely, opening up the position, and the king of white is in the center. And this position, knight takes.
I have no idea with what to take.
What to do?
Knight d4 is a mistake because of who knows why.
Let's return to the live board because we have moves incoming from the game. Castle.
There we go. What's happening?
Oh, this is on the board.
Just your normal Sunday position.
Yeah, just absolutely normal position.
C takes on d4. The position is opening up. Limlea is in the book. Also, I think one thing we can tell from the decision speed of Matthias, he should be in the book, because I don't think you play g4 you just believe that your opponent is, gone completely cuckoo. You just think you're still in the book. He was probably trying to recall bishop h4. By the way, the only move here for a black, but he is losing the piece.
But where do you go with the king? King f1? King f1. After f6, you're opening the file.
There's
Or
king
after
f1.
f5?
There's bishop f2. And there's the crazier king d2.
Oh.
And knowing the engine typically somehow would claim that this is a draw
No, but
by some repetition.
the
Don't ask me why.
The problem is king d2, queen g5 check, and I'm picking up the g4 pawn.
That's a very valid point. so we can rule out king d2, queen g5 check, take the pawn on g4. All right. Bishop f2 looks very human, and king f1 was played.
King f1 is
No,
on the...
he's still in the book.
He's... And queen c8, just immediately, yeah? With the blitzkrieg was played, so you can take my knight. I don't care about the knight.
No.
Oh my god.
Very normal.
Queen c6, he's getting ready to target the rook on h1. This is what he wants to do.
Yeah, not only that, but also queen takes f3, and that's going to be something. Like, let's say if I take it, queen c6, rook g1 is going to be very, very simple and sad checkmate for white. You could do this. And if I play something like king g1, then white has some difficulties with the rook and the coordination. And I wouldn't be surprised if I don't have access to engine here, but I wouldn't be surprised if there would be rook here. But they're like, it's super, super, super complicated stuff. And let's see how the game is going to unfold. But I'm really amazed to see this kind of level of preparation to rapid.
Yeah, queen c8. Now Matthias is taking his time. While he's doing so, I would suggest to pull up the bird's eye view and see what else is going on the other boards. I feel like this might be one of the most creative games in the round, but let's see what else is going on the other boards.
So let's start maybe what we see from the top left. That's the game in question we just discussed. Bluebam against Lemle. The top middle board, Domush against Levon of Ronian. It is, I think it's some sort of a Beards. I'm not entirely sure what kind of opening is it, but White appears to be slightly pushing as he's supposed to. Top right corner, Jose Martinez against Adin Suleimanli. It's a classical Catalan position. I've seen these positions so many times. White is very solid, but black is probably within the balance. Lower left corner, Kostanyuk against Václav Finek. I think it's a Karakan.
Wait, what is happening on the bottom left corner? What is going on there?
Oh,
It's Shong Tao against Marco Materia.
let's maybe dive in immediately and try to figure out
Oh my god.
what is happening. But this has got to be... No, this has got to be some issue. Really? Did White misplay this position? Let me just wind back a bit. Knight d3, rook d3, queen c1, queen c1. Okay, yeah. Okay, this will be fixed in a moment. Definitely not rook c5 was played. I think let's go back to the bird's eye view.
Yeah.
This board will be fixed. I think it's still within the balance. Don't let us fool by the moves. And then we have the Carissa Yip against Vaishali lower middle board, which is some e4, e5. It could be a central opening, but it looks really fun.
Wow. Yeah, it looks like a great position. So let's probably dive in there. It's a clash of female players that we have here in Biel, Carissa versus Vaishali.
I love it. You know, Angelica, when was the last time I played the central opening? Well, I think I was 12.
Oh.
So this is one of the most exciting openings I used to play as a kid. Just to show you very quickly the opening phase. Yeah, I'm not going to go very deep. Prep d4, queen takes on d4, knight c6, and queen c4. What is playing a bit shady setup because the queen is moving a couple of times, but the idea is very simple. You play knight c3, you play bishop d2, you go for a long castle. Engine doesn't like it, but the idea is very simple. You position your king at the queen side, the black king is at the king side, you storm your pawns at the king side, and something is about to happen. And these are two very creative players here.
And here, d6 has just been played, so looks like, I mean, looking at the time situation, Vaishali was not ready for it, but she's picking up the strongest move, giving up her bishop on b4 for attack on the A file.
Well, I have no idea when was the last time she really checked the central opening, because that's the kind of thing I think everybody was like, yeah, there's got to be something there. And you do know all the typical moves, but queen c4, bishop d2, long castle, this is a bit of a fresh twist. Speaking about this sacrifice on b4, I think for white it's incredibly dangerous to accept it, because black immediately develops a very strong attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this, what is happening. Carissa is immediately going for g4, attacking on the king side. We have opposite castles on the queen side and on the king side for black. And now the question is, who is going to attack first? Who is going to strike first in this position? What do you think, Arturs, from your experience playing the central gambit?
It's a battle of a
Central
willpower.
game, sorry.
Yeah, it's a battle of willpower essentially here. Both players are trying very hard to take over the initiative. They're very creative. And I think also for Carissa, this is an excellent opportunity to prove herself against some of the best players in the world, because Vaishali is definitely one of the best. She just recently won the FIDE Candidates Tournament. She's about to challenge the world champion Juve in June later this year. And who knows, maybe some years later they will be still rivals at the highest level. So Carissa is very ambitious.
Carissa is ambitious. She would love to, I mean, if Vaishali wins the match, of course, to challenge her as a world champion. And as we spoke also with Vaishali, she hopes to win the championship, the world championship, and then come back to Biel in the Masters, already as a women's world champion. But let's talk about this position. 6 minutes for Vaishali at this moment, 14 for Carissa. You 8 more minutes on the clock, and also more familiar with the position. I mean, who would you put money on in this position to score a victory, or is it so tough to say?
I think it's a bit early, because I have noticed so far in Vaishali's playing style here in Biel, I mean, judging how she was playing yesterday in the chess 960, she really likes to take her time in the opening phase, and Carissa typically is very fast. But I think that black is not concerned here at all, because for white, the idea is very clear. White wants to play g5, h4, h5, g6, open files, open diagonals, sacrifice a pawn, go for the checkmate, etc. And black is looking for something to happen at the queen side. The question is how. And that's why here Vaishali is in a deeper thing, because she's trying to figure out what's going to be the setup. Is it bishop e6, bishop c3, b5, b4? Is it bishop e6, bishop c3, and knight b4? Or is it, how do I open up the queen side?
Yeah, that's a big question, how to open it. But while we are discussing this game, there is something unfolding in the Generation Challenge. Let's pull up the bird's eye view to see what is happening there, because it's the game of Alexandra Kostyniuk against Václav Finik in the bottom left corner. The attack is ongoing, so we see many players are attacking on the king side, and Alexandra just pushed her pawn all the way to g5. Looks like it was a Caracan out of the opening. What do you think about this position, or is there something more exciting happening on the board?
Actually, it was not even Caracan, because I just saw the notation. This was Sicilian Lapan.
Oh.
And I never would have thought, because sometimes in the Caracan you do get these positions, but okay, fine, maybe it doesn't really matter. While Alexandra is sacrificing this pawn, if black accepts it and plays double take on g5 and bishop g5, she might have some problems with this bishop at h7. As you can see, the rook at h8 is pinned.
Yeah, and then it's going to be too tough so much to unpin. You will have to castle either short or long, but definitely very tough to make a mind for black.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if I would have to guess, there's probably nothing terribly wrong by accepting the pawn, because I'm thinking if I'm going to take it on g5, I could always put the bishop at h6 and defend it. Maybe I can take the pawn on g5, play queen e7 long castle, protect the rook at h8, and then my bishop is free to do whatever it wants. But on top of that, you know, I can always play bishop f5, since the f5 square now is available, and just be solid.
And also not forget about the space advantage which white has in the center, and it looks like, because there has been only one pair of pawns which has been traded, all other pieces are not been traded. For that reason, Václav has some issues with the space in the position. He would like to trade some pieces, but you know how to do so, and you know this pawn push is asking even more questions. 9 minutes for both players, so in time-wise looks like balanced.
Yeah, very interesting. battle. Maybe there's also some knight a5 idea, try to trade off this bishop. Maybe in some lines there's some knight b4, try to capitalize on this weakness here. Bishop f5 is in the cards, h6 and g5 is a possibility. Here Václav has a lot of choices. I think we simply have to select another game. So maybe without going to the overview, I'm simply going to select one game. Which would you choose?
Let's go back to the game we started with, the game of Matthias Blübaum against Limle, because I would like to see what happened. Is the queen on f3? And it is
It's
there.
on f3. All right. Okay. So this was this crazy opening we were discussing before. The players are in the prep. Well, at least Limle appears to be in the prep because Matthias Blübaum is down to the last 3 minutes. And the last moves we did not see were king f1, queen c8, g takes on h5, queen c6, threatening the rook at h1, queen f3 is a threat, king g1 is only a move, rook e8 is an excellent move, queen a4, and queen f3, giving up the knight on d7, and judging by the decision speed of Matthias, he's clearly surprised.
Yeah, because the problem I think could be is after queen takes d7, you can enter with a rook, rook a8, rook d8, and the idea is you would like to sacrifice the rook for the bishop. There's going to be a checkmate on f2.
Oh my goodness, this is so nice. Also, there could be, for black, a room for some draw. Let's say queen takes on d7, rook d8, you walk away. Of course, I can sacrifice it if it works, but there might be queen g4, queen f3, queen g4, queen f3. And by the way, I'm quite surprised that the engine says that this is slightly better for white. So let me very quickly have a peek. What does engine say in this position? What?
What?
Wow. Well, Angelika, if I would have to ask you to guess the best move for white in this position, what would you say?
Well, of course, the queen d7, one of the candidate moves, but I assume it is not it because rook d8 I really don't like.
Yeah. Anything else? I can just give you a spoiler. It's not realistic to find.
h3.
That's very human. No, it's bishop c5.
Bishop c5?
Yeah. I mean,
What?
yes, exactly.
Oh my god. You just give up the piece which was defending from the checkmate on f2.
I mean, there is an idea because after bishop c5, you're taking away the g4 square. You're attacking the bishop on h4.
Oh, true.
But to see this, it's incredibly difficult because, like, your mind is thinking, do I take the knight on d7, and then what happens after rook d8? What else I can do? But not taking the knight and instead willingly hanging your bishop, good luck.
No, this is something new. Why cannot you just take the pawn on a7 then? I mean, if you have to move the bishop, I would just grab a pawn on a7. You know, at least taking the pawn was a move.
Well, what do you want me to tell you? Like,
The engine is engine.
yeah, but it appears to be that Limle he's really deep in this position, and Matthias is down to the last 40 seconds.
Oh my
he
God.
has to make a decision here.
We have to wait for it. Queen d1 has been played. Now, big question is, what do black do? There is probably rook e5. Rook e5, rook g5. You cannot take the rook because there will be checkmate.
Rook e5 is the move, knight takes on e5 is the move, queen g4 probably runs into knight g3, but I think that queen d1, Angelika, was like a panic move. And wow, the 3-time Biel Chess Festival Triathlon winner Limle definitely surprised his opponent by his amazing opening prep. Who knows when did he really worked on this, but yeah, this is happening quite rarely.
And he shows his such a great mentality because in the first round, he lost his game. Now he completely forgets about it. He's playing his game. He prepared this beautiful opening. He's going for an attack, and he's ready to come back in the tournament.
Well, I can definitely tell you what's happening right now in Matthias's mind. So there's two things. The first reaction is, great, my opponent is after the prep. He doesn't know this. The second thought is, why doesn't he know this? This means it's not a good move. So I just played a bad move that my opponent doesn't know. And as soon as Limle doesn't immediately respond, Matthias is thinking why this is such a bad move. And right now he's probably realizing there's something terribly wrong with this. Knight takes on e5, or as you said, Angelika, rook takes on e5 is the move. But here, black is probably able to develop a crushing attack.
White is in a huge trouble here. Matthias Blübaum, the winner of the Chess 960 tournament from yesterday, the one who is going to have the best tie breaks in the GMT Masters, might even suffer in this game. Loss 95 is on the board.
Amazing speed, by the way, Lim Le. He just spent like 1 minute. He's like, okay, I mean, I got to take the pawn on e5 and see what happens. Queen f1.
Queen g4?
Queen g4, queen g2, and knight f3 is the strongest move. But we also should not forget that white is up 2 minor pieces, not 1 at the moment. Wait, no, he's 1. Sorry.
1.
Yes, he's 1.
And the big problem is that the rook on h1 is in the corner. So
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Why did I think it's 2 pieces, actually? Because it felt
because there
it's
are
more.
too many pieces. Too many pieces on
There's
the board.
so many pieces, yeah. Yeah, it's 1.
But the problem for white is that rook on h1 is in the corner. It's being, basically in kind of a prison. The king is on g1, not letting it getting out. So for that reason, this piece doesn't really feel like there. And with such a huge attack ongoing, I mean, there are not enough pieces defending the king from white.
This also probably suggests that black has a way to recapture the piece, meaning this queen g4, queen g2, knight f3 check, king f1. Black has already a draw in the pocket. He can always play knight e2, knight f3. So Lim Le knows this. That's the first line you see. I have a draw in the pocket. Let me try to figure out things. Maybe he's thinking about some other moves, like his queen takes on f3 even a threat. Can I play rook d8? Just to attack the bishop here on d4, and if you take on f3, knight takes on f3, it's a fork and a winning back the piece. So definitely queen g4 is in his cards, but rook d8 also looks very tempting.
Yeah, and if you play queen g4, queen g2, knight f3 check, king f1, you also have queen f5. So okay, we have a lot of arrows, but
There's
yeah.
a lot of beautiful moves. Yeah, I love it. Yeah,
And queen f5, the idea is the king has nowhere to go, and you threaten so many discover checks with the knight, and it's not so easy to see how to stop the threats. I mean, many moves right now for Lim Le. He's taking his time. That's very important, not to rush with any decisions. And is he going to find the striking move here?
Yeah, I definitely want to follow this game, but I think it's also a good idea we check what's happening in the other games and try to assess where the second round of the rapid tournament of the Grandmaster Triathlon and the Challengers section is heading. Here we see this is Matthias versus Lim Le on the top left corner. Which relation bar immediately gives us a clue that white is better. Apparently, that's Carissa up against Vaishali in the lower middle board.
Ooh, the game we have checked briefly. There is attack happening on the queen side. We're discussing it. Very, very dangerous opening. Also, white is attacking on the king side. What else is coming to attention? What about Alexander Kosteniuk against Václav Finek in the bottom left corner? There is attack happening on the queen side against the Swiss.
Yeah, it seems that Kosteniuk's attack didn't really go through, and now it's the young Czech Grandmaster, elect Grandmaster, who is trying to conduct something at the queen side. Looks really dangerous for the chess queen.
And what about the king of Levon Aronian? It's a game in the top, in the middle. Yazer Dogmush against Levon Aronian. Looks like yes, having an attack against Levon's king. Would you like to check what is happening there? Because rook g3 just now checking the king. Ooh, what is happening?
Let's go. Let's go, because I have a feeling that Lim Le is going to take his time. He's trying to figure out things against Matthias Blubaum. Definitely one of those spectacular games of the round. And it seems that the young Turkish player has sacrificed a piece. Is it enough?
That's a big question. I mean, oh.
Where do you put the king? That's the first thing you want to figure out. King f8 or king h8?
Yeah, the problem is after king h8, you can play rook d6 maybe. You can threaten many things, queen e5, rook d7.
The logic suggests you always want to put the king in the corner because you could expect the attack from one side, but chess is a very concrete game, and he did play king h8. I think also king f8 was looking pretty reasonable, even though the engine says it's about balance. But look at the clock. Erdomosh only has 2 minutes to prove his compensation.
2 minutes on the clock. Furious, will he be able to create even more pressure against Levon's king? Because for now, doesn't look like there is any check in the position. What do? Do you take the pawn on f7? Do you take the pawn on d6? What should you do in this position?
Something that gives me some attacking chances, I suppose. Yeah, I would maybe lean forward to rook takes on d6 and queen e5. No, he plays queen takes on f7. Engine marks as a mistake. I don't think it's really that of a big deal. he's one step away from delivering a checkmate. Something here might be happening. The knight on e6 defense, the square on g7, the knight on g8 defense. This square here, rook d6, rook e6 is incoming. The black queen is quite a bit far away, and yet Engine says it's not a big deal.
I would like to play queen c7, just coming with a queen back and also offering a trade. All the pieces going into the endgame.
Rook g8 and queen e6. I think this is what he wants.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
and if you play rook e7, still rook g8, and queen e7. Yet Levon plays it. Wait a second. Why is he
Queen
allowing
c7?
rook g8?
Rook g8 is something what Yes can now do, winning 2 pieces for our rook, but then he's going to have, will be down in exchange.
Now, one thing is quite clear. He sees this. He did it on purpose. But I find it to be rather strange that Levon did not want to investigate this position a bit closer here after queen b6. Like, I'm going to go back one move. And he still had plenty of time, like 7 minutes and 40 seconds versus Yez's 1 minute and something. And I just checked the engine. Engine says he had to play strictly the only move, queen c5, to keep the
Ooh.
advantage, which is, by the way, a very human move. You want to play queen e5, get the queen closer, probably play rook f8.
But it has nothing to do with the rook g8, queen e6 threat. It's the same as before.
Actually, it's a valid point. Maybe the queen on c5 is
Yeah.
more active.
Let's come to the current position because Yes is playing out the move. So he's going for the rook g8, taking the knight on e6. We have now a position where white is down and exchange, but for 2 pawns.
Queen f5 marks a pretty big mistake. And why is it a mistake? It's suddenly very difficult to defend the king here.
Oh, rook f8 is also coming. The other rook from a8 is ready to slide into the game. How do you defend the g2 square right now? What do you
You
do in
can't.
the position?
You can't. G3 is going to be rook f8, and there's going to be sacrifice on
God.
G3. The queen on the 5-4 white, it seems like it's a great square to stand, and yet it's standing in the harm's way, allowing black to win this critical tempo. And the Domish is down to the last 30 seconds. He needs to make a move, but according to Evaluation Bar, he already made a mistake.
The time is ticking right now. He has to make the decision what to do, how to defend the pawn on g2. Will he return with the queen? Will he push the pawn? He plays g3. What will Levon do? Rook f8 instantly.
And he resigns. No, he doesn't resign. No, he continues. Sorry.
Ooh.
Queen h5, rook takes on g3. You obviously cannot take it. There's going to be queen takes on g3, king h1. And
Rook-
what?
Maybe you have some rook f2? No, probably shouldn't be
Rook
there.
g8. Takes, here. Rook f2 also might be a move, by the way. You need to watch out for a lot of checks.
Rook g8.
Rook g8, threaded with a checkmate. Queen goes here, queen h3, queen h2, queen f3, it's a mate. I think that here Levon has definitely got this. Rook takes on g3, you have to do this, otherwise white's going to play something like rook d3 or king g2. This is your only shot here to get to the king. He has 7 minutes, he's going to try to figure things out. I think Yes knows that he's in big trouble, but what to do? You make a poker face and pray for the best.
Yesterday, Yes won against Levon Aronian. It was the second to beat after Aydin beat Levon Aronian in the chess 960. But today, Levon will take a revenge, as we can see here. It's so tough to fix the position, but Levon is taking his time. He has a lot of time on the clock, 6 minutes. Probably it's a good moment for us to pick another game just to see what is happening. Let's pull up the bird's eye view if we can to see what is going on. Meanwhile, Limele is up a queen.
I am sorry, Angelica, but we
have
just
to
saw
go back?
Levon not playing rook takes on g3. He played rook h6 instead.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the Yaz against Levon.
Was it
Ooh.
was it really more complicated than I would have thought? Because I thought this was quite clear win. Takes, queen takes on g3, king h1 here, rook g8. The threat was to go for the checkmate.
How do you stop it? If you move queen e2, the a3 pawn is hanging. He's going to give a checkmate.
Well, that's a very rare miss for a player of Levon's caliber. I'm really surprised. I don't know what he really missed here because I would have thought that this game is already over. And I think also, yes, like, wait, what? Like,
Let's go to current position. What we have right now. Levon is taking his time, and from body language of yes, he was completely relaxed. I mean, we saw him stretching a little bit, you know, and it made like it feels that he just dodged the bullet. What would you say?
Yeah, a lot of bullets.
A lot of bullets.
A lot of bullets here. All right, so big miss here by Levon. I don't know if he realizes this right now, but I would have thought that he is definitely going to find it. Oh well, these mistakes even happen to the best. By the way, we have a confirmation. One game just finished. Lim Le just defeated Matthias Bruan.
Yeah, what else is happening probably? Or should we stay on the game? Of
No,
yes?
let's go to bird's eye view.
Yeah, let's go bird's eye view and see what else is going on. In the bottom middle board, Carissa is having advantage against Vaishali. In that game we have witnessed a bit earlier. What else is striking your attention? What about that end game in the bottom right corner?
Bottom right corner, Tan Xiao is playing against Mark Caviteria. This is some minor piece endgame. White is playing aggressively at the king side, but the position appears to be quite solid. Black has no obvious weaknesses. Alexander Kosanyuk against Václav Fidek. That's the lower left corner here. Fidek has a dangerous-looking attack at the queen side, and Alexandra is trying to stay alive in that position. Then also we have Jose Martinez against Aydin Suleimanli on the top right corner. It looks quite peacefulish, but by the looks of it, Black has a bit better position because the knight in close positions tends to be a bit better. Then, of course, there's the game in question. Jež Erdomus against Levon Aronian survived a lot of bullets.
I suggest we go to Alexander Kosanyuk against Václav Fidek because this looks like the most unclear position right now, and looking at it, we can see that there is attack happening. B3 has just been made. Is there any kind of sacrifice, any attack which is happening? Because I'm so worried looking at this X-ray on the C-file.
And also the time does really help. But I think if I would want to show a student how do you build up a proper attack, I would show this position, because let's check out what Václav is doing here from the Black's perspective. Every single piece is positioned at the queen. I mean, check this out. He has doubled rooks at the c-file, going for something at a c-file. The knight on c6 is within the striking distance. The bishop at e7 defends the knight. The knight attacks the king. The queen on a5 is ready to go after the white king. It just looks fabulous.
Yeah. Would you love to have such a student, you know, doing everything according to the plan?
I would be very proud. All right, but where's the winning shot?
Okay, now big question is how to proceed. You need to include some pieces in the position. You need to do something. Knight b4.
Even more.
Even
okay,
more.
let's do it.
Knight b4, jumping in.
Knight b4. There's got to be a mate. Some attack here. Knight takes on b4. Bishop takes on b4. Yeah, looks really dangerous. Knight b4 is definitely a move. But Václav is down to the last 2 minutes. Alexandra has 50 seconds. She knows she's in trouble. I think what she wants to do is play something like Knight b1, try to trade off the attacking pieces if she can get the queens off the board.
And b6 have just been played. What is the idea of b6 move? What does Václav wants to do?
Take away the c5 square, I suppose.
Knight b1, she's trading. She's going according to your plan. Of course, you want to exchange as many attacking pieces as possible in the position when you're under attack.
Yeah, it's not even working. Wait, can I do tactics here? Knight x on d4, does it work? Knight e4, knight e4, rook c2, rook c2, rook c2, queen c2, knight c2, king c2. Can I do that? I think that Václav sees this immediately, but you gotta make sure you're not giving away too much material here.
Yeah, it's very important. You have to be very careful in your calculations that everything is working out there.
Big combination might be incoming here because Black is ready. The clock is ticking. Knight x on d4, you're down a piece. Rook c2 takes. So White is going to have a rook and 2 minor pieces for the queen and a couple of pawns. And then you have to estimate this very quickly.
But no, he goes for knight b5. He's targeting the pawn on the d4. How do you defend the pawn? He's going for material, and also bishop a3 is a big threat. How do you defend from both? You cannot.
It's a great pragmatic move. Actually, I like it a bit more, rather my flashy sacrifice on d4. He just wants to win the pawn on d4. Bishop a3 is also a threat. Oh, it's going to be really difficult for Alexandra to make a decision here. She's down to last seconds.
Yeah, last seconds now. Under 20 seconds right now for Alexandra a4. She is attacking the knight.
Just knight e4 here.
Knight e4 just winning a pawn.
And rook c2 is also incoming. Yeah, so I think here White is essentially collapsing. Black has the compensation, the pawn and the compensation for it. The attack is killing. 5 seconds here for Kostanyuk, the legend from Switzerland, but she's not going to survive this, I'm afraid. Rook c2 here is winning material on the spot.
Yeah, immediately a rook c2, and of course Václav knows about it. He's just trying to double check, triple check, see how everything is working out for him. And we know it, he knows it, and Alexander knows it. Rook c2 is coming in the position.
Maybe there's something easier, I don't know, but I just see a queen, I win a queen. Black is down to the last 30 seconds. Can we get a very short update of what's happening in the other games? Because action definitely is happening all over the both Masters and Generation Challengers.
Carissa Yup against Vaishali Ramajwabi in the bottom middle board. There is a big endgame where Carissa has an extra pawn and the pawns are marching there. She's completely winning.
Jezeb Domic against Levon Aronin is still surviving, even though Aronin is still attacking with his heavy pieces at the king side. That's a top middle board. And Kostanyuk just lost her queen against Václav Finnick. That's the lower left corner. What else are we seeing here? Carissa, Vaishali. Carissa is winning apparently. Top lower middle board. And who did I didn't mention?
Yeah, we have, I think Tong
Martinez
Shao
against Lemale, yeah?
Marco Materia. The pawn is marching on the b file. Okay, let's decide.
Go back to Kostanyuk?
Let's go back.
Let's go back to
See.
Kostanyuk against Václav because things suddenly have shifted. Václav has won the queen, but suddenly White has some realistic chances to survive this because she still has enough material on the board. I think something like bishop e3, and watch out for this pawn on h6.
Oh, it's marching. You have to stop it. The bishop cannot stop it because the f6 square is being covered. So queen has to go there. Queen has to defend.
Queen takes on h5, king takes on c3, and now we have a classical position where black has a minimal material advantage. Queen versus rook and the knight. The big question here, ladies and gentlemen, is if white is able to set up some kind of a fortress.
And looking at the pawn on f2 and the pawn on e5, both of them are defended right now. And this is a big thing because if they would be easily taken by black, then there would be no fortress at all. So maybe Alexandra can try to make it. And with her experience, I would definitely say that it is possible.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, and everything can happen at time scramble because the players are getting only plus 5 seconds per every single made move, and you can also sense that Václav is nervous. He just made a move with only 3 seconds on the clock. Rook g7 counterplay.
Rook g7 coming in. The pawn on f7 is under attack. The bishop on e7 is a dark squared one, so it cannot defend. Queen has to go to the rescue. Now king e2, just shuffling with the pieces.
The good thing here for black, though, is that he can make a lot of easy moves because he doesn't really have to prove immediately how he's going to win this. And I think that most of the players here, they love to shuffle the pieces here. They accumulate a bit more time, let's say 30, 40 seconds, and then give yourself like 20 seconds to figure out the plan. Let's see if this is what Václav is going to do.
Yeah, definitely, it's possible. But I think he's shuffling the pieces around. I mean, the action is happening on the other boards. I would suggest to go either to Carissa against Vaishali or to Yes against Levon because something crazy is happening there.
Let's go. Let's go to Carissa versus Vaishali. Vaishali, the World Championship challenger. Carissa played a really amazing game. The central opening against the World Championship challenger shows her she's very, very ambitious here. But White is dominating here. Look at the pawn on f6, the pawn on c6, and now the king is marching forward.
King is marching. You cannot really stop it. The knight is being restricted on the a4. It cannot jump to the game. I mean, how do you even stop it? The pawns are marching.
You can't.
Oh.
Or even b6. There's the
B6 is
resignation. Big, big, big result.
Let's go to Yes against Levon Aronian. The match is still happening. Yes is still fighting in the position where he's down in exchange. Will he be able to secure a draw here?
Rook d4. Aronian pressing really hard up in exchange for a pawn. f5. Threatening with f6. You should have blundered this. Again, the players are down to the last seconds. Only plus 5 seconds per move. What do? King f7, you don't want to walk into some checks. That's why King f8 is the safe move by the Armenian superstar.
But what changed from the previous position we saw? There was 2 pawns for an exchange. Now it's only 1 extra pawn. The advantage of white is being so limited. I mean, the only 1 pawn, it's so tough, especially seeing that the rook is pinned on the e-file.
Yeah, but this can go either way, because if these pawns start to roll forward like King f4, f6, King f5, I have lost in my career so many painful games like this. But yeah, we are going to see how things are going to unfold. Do not underestimate the knight in a time scramble. Watch out for knight c5, knight e6. But of course, Aronian is the one who's pushing here.
Yeah, that's a big question right now, what to do. Is there some rook f1 check? By
Rook
the way,
f1.
okay, he didn't play it, but I was just wondering because rook escaped from e2, but it doesn't matter. The game is continuing. a4.
There goes the a-pawn.
Oh.
Aronian gives up the pawn on h6. He says, my a-pawn is stronger than the pawn on h6. Capture, capture. Rook takes on h6. King g7. There might be some counterplay for white. The evolution bar says, no, white is dead. Loss. a2, a1, and black is going to put the queen on the board.
How are you going to stop the pawn? I mean, yes, he's trying to figure this out, but he has just 10 seconds. Knight f6, is he trying to build up some kind of
Something.
something?
That's why Aronian's checking right now. What is he building there? He's making sure that he is not going to blunder something. g5, g6, rook h7, some mate.
Yeah, and now rook h8 check is happening. You have to go away with the king.
King g7, and that's it. Here's Heinz.
Oh.
What a game by Aronian.
Incredible game, rematch for the yesterday's game where he lost against in the chess 960. And now let's go back to the only ongoing game, Alexander Kosteniuk against Václav Finek.
Yeah, so this is the only remaining game, and here Kosteniuk is setting up a fortress. Evaluation bar says that it is very close, but definitely if somebody's pressing this position, it is Václav Finek. He played a really beautiful game, and I could only assume, Angelika, that at some point he should have taken the queen and instead just go for the attack. But yeah, it's still a rapid game.
Definitely it is. I mean, and you have to make decisions so fast. And of course, and in one day there's going to be classical players who will have to relax, but this is not the moment. They have to make up their mind. Knight on d2 perfectly defending the pawn on f3 and b3. I mean, is it a fortress, Arturs? Do we see it?
I have a question to you, Angelique. Do you believe in fortresses? Because Magnus Carlsen doesn't.
It's tough to say. It's tough to say. But here, when Alexandra is playing, I'm going to say I believe. I believe.
Yeah, I still think that White has some practical issues here, because this is where the king comes. King b4, king h3 gives some sort of a check. The king approaches, but again, do not underestimate the knight.
Yeah, and don't blunder any kind of forks.
King d5, rook d3 is here. Václav is going to try to crash through the king side. King f4, king g3, king f2. This is why Alexandra plays rook e4. Beautiful move. I mean, check this out. The knight on d2 holds everything, and all that white needs to do right now is just to shuffle the king.
Yeah, just to shuffle the king around the knight, and king is always defending it. I think Václav sees now he cannot win any longer. He had chance earlier. He had a chance before. He didn't use it, and now he is going to have to try with the same game, but Alexandra is not going to resign because she knows she can draw this.
Rook b4. Okay, that's a move I wouldn't have played, but all right, fine. It doesn't really hurt. You can always push back the rook on e4 and go for the same fortress. Of course, you do not take the pawn on b5. There's no need to complicate things. White is setting up a fortress. I think it's just good enough. Play king e1, king d1, king e1, king d1, but rook b4 is still good.
Yeah, still fine now, just shuffling the rook, the king, and Václav is trying. He's trying to maneuver the king. Yeah, he's trying to bring the king. I assume at this moment all the players from the Open Rapid also already finished. Everyone is waiting for this game to be finished.
Yeah, move 80, by the way, was just played, and I checked the score sheet. Move 66, the last capture happened, so this means 15 moves have been played.
Draw.
No, draw.
Draw agreed.
Immediately. All right.
Oh. Amazing defense
Wow.
from the ambassador of the Swiss chess, Alexandra Kostyniuk. And for Václav, yeah, a little bit of disappointment, but what to do? This is chess, and that's why we have this rapid, and that's why we're excited about it.
Let's summarize what we saw in the second round of the first GMT triathlon of both Masters and Generational Challengers. Here you see the results. Aronian makes a revenge victory over Jerzy Domos after his loss yesterday in chess 960 section. Matthias Bluebaum lost with the white collar after a spectacular preparation by the Vietnamese and three-time Biel Chess Festival winner Lim Le. Jose Martinez against Adin Soleimani. They shared the points.
Yeah, and Generation Challenge, we have a draw between Alexandra Kostyniuk defending against Václav Finek that end game. Carissa Ayub manages to score a victory against Vaishali Ramesh Babu from Vaishali, a bit of a tough tournament. And a draw between Xiao Tong and Marco Materi. And let's pick up the standings, which we have right now in the Generation Challenge. It is, by the way, Carissa Ayub and Václav Finek, as well as Xiao Tong, sharing the lead with the 3 points. Alexandra Kostyniuk is just 1 point behind. Marco Matera is 1 point, and Vaishali unfortunately hasn't scored a single point. Arturs, what's happening in the Masters?
Yeah, Ronian is in the charge together with Jose Martinez. Soleimani, Bluebaum, Lim Le are just 1 point behind. Erdomush has still to score points in this tournament, but once again, it just proves that this is the highest level tournament. Erdomush is still very young. There's still 3 more rapid games to follow in this tournament, and it's just very unpredictable.
Absolutely insane round 2. I mean, we have to catch the breath out after it. So dear viewers, don't go anywhere. We are going to continue with the one very nice video we prepared for you. So take a look at it, and we're going to be back for the round 3.
For nearly 60 years, the Biel International Chess Festival has brought together the best chess players and chess lovers from all the continents. Behind the tradition stands an incredible team of volunteers who dedicate years, even decades of their lives to make Biel happen. Next year, we celebrate our 60th anniversary. Help us make it unforgettable. With your contribution, you can help us make the 60th anniversary of the Biel Chess Festival truly special, to invite one of the dream guests to Biel and have some surprises.
Thank you for considering this, and see you next year.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the action at the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon is just rising. We have the round 3 already of the Masters and Generation Challenge. And here are the pairings. Levona running against Jose Martinez. Aydin Suleimani is taking on Matthias Blubaum. Lim Le versus Yagis Ertogmush, as well as Václav Finek against Xiao Dong. Marco Materia against Carissa Yub, and Vaishali Ramesh Babu versus Alexander Kosniuk. But let's see what is happening, because we have seen already the first moves have been played. Arturs, what strikes your attention? Which opening?
Well, we are going to start with the left corner. Top left corner, Ronin against Martinez. This is a classical Sicilian with bishop g5 and queen d2. Top middle board, Limle against Erdomush. It is some sort of a King's Indian defense, even though Erdomush has not yet committed to g6. Maybe he is going to come up with something else. The top right corner, Suleimani against Blubaum. It is some kind of a Tarash position where Blubaum is trying to be aggressive at the queen side. Of course, we're going to check that game. Finek against Xiao Tong. That's a lower left corner. It's a classical Catalan. Queen c1 is a pretty famous maneuver for this position. Then Marco Materia against Carissa Yep. Lower middle board. It is a Benko, possibly might be some sort of a Benko. We'll see. Not a Benko, but Benoni.
Benoni.
And then we have Vaishali against Kosteniuk, lower right corner, which looks like some sort of a Scotch, but it's looking really fun.
Yeah, I mean, so many exciting games. Tough to see where to follow, but I suggest Aydin Suleimani against Matthias Blubaum. What do you think about it? Because there has been some interesting decision in the opening, pushing early c4 for black.
We can go to that game and try to maybe explain a bit the reasoning of both players. This is still pretty standard position by both of them. There's some sort of a pawn disbalance. Black is attempting to organize a pawn majority at the queen side, and white is going for some sort of a f3 e4 idea, which is, by the way, what Matthias did in the previous round against Limble. It quite didn't work, and this time he's playing from the black's perspective. Yeah, it's tough really to say, because black has not committed to a lot of moves, and also white is trying to figure out where to place his pieces.
Yeah, and also in this position we have the c4 move, which means there is no longer going to be pressure on the d4 pawn. As you're mentioning, this e4 break can be played much easier in the position. But why don't you redevelop the knight? Why don't you castle? I mean, he's just leaving the development for the next moves.
I think it's quite a rare line anyway. I mean, this entire sequence, if you go back from the start, he moves d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. I think the black typically here plays either knight f6 or bishop e7 or c5. Of course, bishop b4 is a move, but it's not the most popular setup, and that's why here white is trying to figure out what's going to be his setup. Looks pretty sharp. There's many opportunities. I think we simply select another game.
Let's go to the bird's eye view and see what we have other than this game, because I feel like in the top middle board, Limle against Erdoğmuş, there is some nice pawn chain from a2 all the way to d5 has been building up. We were discussing that it might be a King's Indian, and indeed it is. What is that position?
I mean, black is attempting to spicy up things, because for the young Turkish player, things are not really going so well in the first 2 rounds of the Rapid tournament. He started with 2 losses. And
let's dive into the position.
Let's go, indeed. And b3 was just played. And if I'm not incredibly mistaken, this is still opening theory, which probably should not surprise anybody. But the first thing I think everybody's noticing that there might be some potential discovered attack. And like, if you just joined us, I have a question. So why do not I play knight x on d5? Knight x on d5, or even why do not I play knight e4? We can try to figure things out very quickly without very deep analysis. Knight x on d5, knight x on d5. If you take here on a1, you might have some issues with bishop d2, queen a1, bishop a5, and this is the reason why black probably can't do this. And the other thing is knight e4. And after knight e4, it just loses because of the same idea, knight e4, bishop a1, and again, bishop d2, and black is dropping material.
Yeah, so this knight on a5 is extremely important in the position. Because of it, black cannot have all these usual tactics which are working out for the king's Indian. So for that reason, yes, has to come up with something else. I mean, not so clear what right now. And also knight on a5 is an issue. What do you do?
You need to have some sort of a pawn play, I suppose. This is why you did play knight a5, and I think that Yes is trying to choose between there's this idea to play c5, e6, e takes on d5, and you have your modern Benoni setup. And by the way, the one thing the chess professionals, they do know that against the modern Benoni, fianchettoing the bishop on g2 is not the most dangerous setup. That's one idea. The second idea, what he could do is try to go for some King's Indian defense setup with e5, or maybe he's just improvising here and trying to find some other way. I don't think he's really thinking very deeply about the knight e5 or knight e4.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, now he's trying to figure out, what to do. And the knight on a5 could be dangerous in quite some tactical ideas.
Well, yeah, you have to be a bit careful not to miss bishop d2, and in some lines, maybe this knight a5 is going to be under attack. But judging his tournament situation, he is a pretty poor start. I think that Yes is going to go for something sharp, and my money would be on c5. Which, by the way, there's another idea after c5. Not only you can go for the Benoni setup with e takes on d5, but also you want to play c5, a6, and b5, and maybe get some sort of a Benko.
While we're discussing this game, something else is happening on the other board. I would suggest immediately go to Vaishali against Alexandra Kostyniuk, because Alexandra's king is in the center and Vaishali is pushing her pawns right at the king, starting from the opening. I mean, they both have 12 minutes. What is happening, Arturs? Break it down.
Well, this was actually not the Scotch opening I see. This was Rai Lopez with an early capture on c6. Maybe it's not really relevant. What I want to figure out, how did the black king get on e7? So I'm going to step back a couple of moves. In this position, bishop e6 is marked as a mistake. I wonder why. f4, threatening f5, bishop e7, that's why. Queen e7 is allowing white to play f5, and king e7 allows black to control this f5 square, but also this means now the king on e7 is in their harm's way.
Yeah, but then you have to try to do some kind of artificial castling. But how do you save the bishop? And she plays it. She goes for d4. Now the d5 square is ready for the bishop, so there's no f5 threat any longer. But still, f5 is could be somewhere in the picture. f5, f6, you have to be ready for this move. Now knight e4, where is it going? Knight c5.
Somewhere where the black king is, that's pretty clear. And white wants to play maybe queen h5, queen h4, or queen e2, rook e1, f5 for Vaishali. She doesn't need any invitation. She's, okay, I'm here. I'm going for the attack.
Yeah, she's absolutely ready for it.
And where do you put a king? Like, is it feeling safe for the queen side? Highly adopted. Is it feeling secure the king side? No. I think for the chess queen here, which is Alexandra Kostyniuk's username online, things look pretty bleak, to be honest. I think she misplayed the opening, and now she's just trying to figure out.
Yeah, black is definitely in a trouble. I mean, too many threats are happening in the position. Bishop f5, she's trying somehow not to allow this fork on c5. But still, you can play knight g3 now. Knight g3, maybe f5. You're getting ready to push forward.
Yeah, if the bishop is going to budge, of course. And knight g3 is played. Actually, I didn't really want to retreat, because one thing I've noticed, the highest level players, they really like to charge forward. But everything is very concrete. Queen h5 looks really terrific here,
Queen
hitting
h5.
the bishop.
Queen h5, and in case of bishop g6, just give a check. And just push the pawns. I mean, the pawns are just rolling on black's king. How will Alexandra be able to stop it? She's trying, she's trying. She plays this rook h to d8 to artificially castle her king. But will it work? I'm not so sure.
You got to give up something here. Play g6, pray that white's going to take the pawn on h7, which is still not a guarantee, and then do what? I don't know, something, get a queen side, seek some counterplay. Just pray. Yeah, or maybe play bishop takes on c2, and it's like, okay, if I'm going to go down, I'm going to do it with the music. but the music is playing for white, I'm afraid here. So things don't look really good here for Alexandra. She's suffering here. She has plenty of time to think about it. I think we simply move on to another game.
Let's go and check what is happening on the other boards and get the overview of the tournament. What strikes my attention is what has been so much changes in the game of Aydin Süleymanli against Matthias Blübaum in the top right corner. There is already the trade of the pawn on c4, which was happened, and the king on f2 is for white, as well as a game in the middle, Limle against Dogmush. There was a pawn break on the queen side.
Which is very characteristic for the Benko setups, except that white doesn't have an extra pawn on a2. Quite remarkably, the evolution bar still stays in white's favor. We might go back to that game shortly. What else we haven't seen for a while? Maybe give a quick update in the game of Aronian against Martinez. That's the top left corner where black just played e5 and tried to slow down white's initiative at the king side. Václav Fidek against Xiao Tong, lower left corner. It is the Catalan still, and I think we did cover everything else. Oh yeah, Marco Materia against Carissa Yip. This is Benko.
Yeah,
again.
another Benko. Of course, to the Benko of yes, we transposed a bit later in the opening. What would be your pick? Shall we go to Aydin Süleymanli against Matthias Blübaum, checking what is happening there?
Let's do it. And after that, I think I definitely want to check some Benko, yeah, because this seems to be one of the favorite topics by the players here. Again, this is a rapid time control. You want to have an easier game, and at this level, players, they tend to choose simpler openings where you have very clear plans, maybe not always fully supported by an engine. So what do we have here? White just, no, not just, but the previous move play, king f2, said no to the castling, and also having some ideas to go for some pawn pushes at the king side.
And also black hasn't castled yet. King is still in the center, and there is right now knight d6 threat in the position. So it feels like you have to castle, you have to do something about your king. But after castle knight d6, watch out for the b7 pawn.
Yeah, that's actually quite of a problem. So short castle, knight e6, hitting the rook. If it leaves, is knight b7 a threat? Is a potential discovered attack a threat? Well, if I was Matthias, I would look for something more clear. Like knight f5?
Knight f5. The idea is basically stepping this knight d6 at all. But g4,
Yeah.
do you have any no, g5 you're gonna do because the bishop is going to be hanged.
g5.
Not
I love
possible.
Yeah, g5 is probably a bit too much, but knight f5, g4, that's a very big question here for black to
But a
find an answer.
second, knight f5, g4, queen h4?
Yeah,
You
and
have to watch out.
King h2. I'm pretty sure that Matthias is looking at this right now, and he's thinking, is this a thing? Like, am I not overdoing things? There could be some inspired bishop p1. Okay, forget it, your castle.
Yeah, he castled. He allows now knight d6, and now again a question to Aydin. Can he play knight d6? Can he take the pawn? Or does he want to? Because, I mean, there is going to be, of course, the extra pawn, but will he be able to unpin, or will be discovered attack from the bishop on f4?
Yeah.
Those are all the questions he has to answer.
96, there's the answer. It's happening here. The thing is, I'm not entirely sure if after rook b8, knight x on b7 is going to happen, because white's going to self-pin himself at the b file. And at this level, it's not really about the pawns. Both players are desperately fighting for the initiative, and like he's definitely going to consider it. But the way white has played out here at the king side, I have seen some very similar positions, Angelika. It kind of hints towards this king side attack, and maybe this is something that Aydin is going to do after either rook c7 or rook b8. I'm not sure which move is going to be chosen by Matthias here, but I wouldn't be surprised if Süleymanli is going to go for an inspired king side attack.
Definitely, I also would be not surprised in this position. But while Matthias is taking his time in this position, I suggest to pull up the bird's eye view, because we have this interesting bank of positions. It's first of all, I mean, both games are in the middle. In the middle top, it's Limle against Dogmush. There is c4, I mean, opening up the b file, and it is also Marco Materia against Carissa Youb, where there is a pressure on the a file. I mean, which game would you like to go to?
Well, both of them look the same, right? It's one Benko, there's another Benko.
But the dynamic position, I believe, more in the Yes game against Limle. What do you think?
You like Yes's Benko more rather than Marco's Benko, right?
I feel like there should be some decision made very, very soon.
You got it. Let's go. So we are in the game of Limle against Yes Ardomos. It's a material balance on board, except Black just sacrificed the pawn. He just played c4. Like, this is the last move by Black. He had a pawn on c5. He just played c4. And the three-time Biel chess champion, Limle, is like, okay, I'm going to take the pawn. B takes on c4 is happening here. Why did he do this? Did he do it to activate the knight on c5? But it does cost a pawn.
It indeed is costing a pawn in the position, but at the same time, and of course, I mean, Benko, you're sacrificing a pawn for a dynamic attack, for opening up those files.
Maybe Yes was like, okay, I'm playing a Benko. I'm not down a pawn. How can I give up the pawn? There you go. There am I down a pawn. Where's my compensation? But jokes aside, maybe he didn't see anything better here if we go back to this position. White just played rook a3. White defends the pawn on b3. White wants to play rook a1. How do you defend the knight? And such dynamic players as Ardomos, as Limle, literally everyone here in these closed tournaments, they do not play most like knight b7. I mean, you keep your pawn, but at what cost? I mean, this poor knight is not doing anything.
The poor knight doesn't really have any squares, and I don't even see the way how it's going to be remaneuvered. So queen c7 is being played, maybe potentially also freeing the space for the knight. Knight b7, knight d8, but where is it going after it? Where is it going to go?
Maybe he just wants to take the pawn back on c4. Rook c8, knight c4. Now White's idea, rook a1, I think it's no longer relevant because Black's going to play knight x on c4, rook a7, and probably nothing. Queen c8.
What do you do? Do you defend the pawn, or you just forget about it? I mean, of course, you can still attack the knight on a5, but it's going to capture the pawn, as you mentioned. It's tough to say.
I think that if White gives up the pawn on c4, he literally has nothing here. So my logic would be you defend it, but how you defend it? Because queen e3 drops the bishop on b2 by the rook on b8.
Is there knight e4?
Knight e4 or knight e1 or some sort of a knight move. Correct.
Some knight move, yeah. Just stepping away, and in case knight takes on e4, first trading the bishops, and after that picking up the knight from the...
You have to calculate this, Angelica.
Oh.
Rook a1.
Okay, he's attacking the knight, but now knight can simply just recapture the pawn on c4. Did he calculate it? Is he ready for it?
Takes. I kind of discarded the line because I thought it's black is fine, but maybe there's a pin. Knight x on c4 and some smart move. Knight d1 and rook c3 something. Is it like this? Knight x on c4, knight e1 and rook c3? Is this what he wants?
It is possible because queen is going to be pinned on c7. The knight will not be able to step away from the c4 square. But we see he's calculating. Yes, it's down to 2 minutes, 20 seconds against 11 minutes.
Yeah,
for
look at
Limle.
the speed. Look at the speed of Limle because like he literally played in a incredible speed previous round against Matthias Blum. The super deep prep. Like here today, Limle woke up and he chose violence. He's like, okay, I'm here for business, right? I had this terrible day yesterday. I want to get things done. I mean, he won the tournament 3 times. He was not here last year because of personal reasons. So now he's back. He wants to get the 4th title and essentially tie with the all-time winner, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, who has won Biel Chess Festival 4 times.
Yeah, and yesterday he ended up at the end of the leaderboard, but it was just the tiebreaker. The Chess 960 serves as the tiebreaker, so he's having the worst tie breaks. But today he came in the round 1, he lost, but then he decided to speed up. And we see the speed, and we see the position is also looking like a great one for him. And Yes is making a move. Bishop f5 targeting the queen. What is wrong with the move? We see that there is immediate evaluation bar.
Gotta be e4. And judging by the evaluation bar, which of course the players do not have, it probably implies that there's something wrong with it? Am I missing something? Some sort of a tactic? E4 and the black is going to sacrifice something on b2 or c4 or both. But e4 feels to be very tempting here. And Yes is in a big trouble here. I want to go back one move, Angelica, and see what was the miss. What was he supposed to do? This was the line. Yeah, knight x on c4. I suspected that knight e1 is the move. And Engine says, yeah, this is something you have to do. Black would have played rook c8, rook c3. Black plays rook b4, and it's okay. But I don't know.
How?
I don't know how it's okay, because like this spin looks so dangerous here, because I'm about to play rook c1, I'm about to play knight a3, and you just do not walk into a pin yourself.
You don't want to have this very nice X-ray. I mean, if everything holds on to this rook before move, it's very easily understandable why Yes didn't go for it. I mean, it was very tricky to get himself into the spin. So bishop f5, logically, I mean, attacking the queen, but what was he calculating after e4? What is his idea after whites go with the e4 move?
Okay, I accidentally have it on the engine, yeah, so I'm going to pretend like it's my own idea. Knight e4, bishop e4, bishop e4. If you take with a queen, you drop the bishop. If you take the knight, you drop the bishop. But if you take with the knight, there's some sort of a knight takes on c4, and all kinds of tactical ideas are happening here. Rook takes on b2, knight takes on b2, all kinds of pins, etc. It's a great idea, but according to an engine, bishop f5, it does not work, because white has the only move, queen c1, and knight takes on c4. Apparently, it still doesn't work. Is it obvious? No, sir.
It's not obvious at all. But is it also possible to play something like, I mean, knight e4? Is it still working?
It's going to be more or less the same idea. Rook b2, knight c4 ideas.
Knight c to e4, not knight.
Knight
b.
c to e4.
And after knight e4 to take
Rook
the...
b2, rook b2, queen knight e4.
Oh, it's not working.
Yeah. It doesn't work. Let me put it on the screen. Knight e4, rook b2, queen b2, knight e4, discovered attack. You see, it doesn't work. Yeah, here things are looking pretty dangerous here for the young Turkish player. I think it's a good opportunity for us to have an overview, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
What else is happening?
Let's see what else is going on in this round. We see there has been some updates in the games. Levon Arone against Jose Martinez in the top left corner. We see some trades and some attack on the queen side. Vaishali is keep on pushing in the bottom left corner, bottom right corner. We see her queen is already on the queen side, king side.
Which game do you want to choose?
Oh, it's really tough to say. I mean, do we want to go back to Vaishali's game, or we want to explore something we haven't checked yet, like Marco Materia against Carissa Yup, another Benko?
Right, there was the other Benko, of course, since this is the day of the Benkos. Let's go to the other Benko, king g1. This is the current position here. Black has just sacrificed an exchange, so Marco Materia versus Carissa Yup, that's the lower middle board. Now we're full screen here. But Marco has some problems with the king safety. He just played king g1, he wants to play king h2. But the big question is, what happens here with the pawn on b2? Because Black wants to play c4. Bishop takes on b2, c3, and I don't like white's position at all.
A very interesting Benko where Black didn't sacrifice a pawn, but sacrificed an exchange. In this position,
we have to show this, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what happened, but
this was the
like
position. The Benko, knight e5, knight e5, queen d5, knight b6. It's a fork, except Black fully expected this. Takes,
and
king goes here. Yeah.
Yeah, so very interesting. You know, Carissa probably realized that just giving up a pawn is not enough to keep initiative going, and the knight was too dangerous, so she just gives up a rook for a knight, which understandable. In this position, we have not a single open line. There is not a single line which can be taken by the rooks. There are just 5 semi-open files with h file, obviously. But yeah, there is definitely the value of the rook in this position. And if you compare with the beast on g7, definitely the bishop is just an amazing piece.
Now, this is also one thing that engines are not taught these days. Who is the easier play? I wish they had some kind of button flashing or something. It's easier to play for white, it's easier to play for black. It just says it's about equal, but clearly it's a simpler position for black. The pawn on b2 is an easy target. Carissa plays c4, which is quite an inaccurate move. d5, bishop takes on b2. Engine said rook b8 got to be done.
Yeah, it has to be done. But Arturs, while we are talking about this Banku, the other one, the major update has happened. Shall we take a look? Because Limle found the best move, queen c1, and he's absolutely pinning black on the c file. And probably he is winning some material. What is going on?
He's just winning immediately on the spot, I think. Because after the last couple of moves, I think knight takes on f5, rook c4, knight takes on c4, the rook on b2 is simply under attack. I do not see what black can do in this position. Am I missing some counterplay? 7 seconds, by the way, for Domosh.
Oh, so low on the clock, and Limle is blitzing out the move, taking the bishop, knight c4.
That's it. No tricks here. Black is down a piece. Domosh, no keys beat. Rook b4. Take on g7, knight e3. White is going to play with an extra piece here. No tricks here, but of course, Limle is going to be careful not to fall for something.
Look at Yes, he cannot believe that this is happening one more time, again and again. He's in a complete shock. He cannot believe this is what is going on right now. We had yesterday such heartbreaks from him. Today as well again.
I think it's the first round. Was it the first round game that he played against Matthias Blubaum? There was something major going down. I mean, there was a very, very spectacular game where the German star found a lot of difficult moves. And already after that game, it was Domosh was very, very unhappy about it. This is literally deja vu from yesterday's Chess 960 tournament where Suleimanli found this resource after terrific blunder by Erdomosh. There's the resignation by the young Turkish player. It's rough. It's rough, really, but somebody's got to lose, and Limle scores another impressive victory back-to-back.
And for Yes, it is 3 losses in a row. It feels like this, upsets from yesterday, which he had, are coming into today after the Chess 960. I mean, he lost so many games in a row. Now the heartbreak continues. He cannot forget that game that he lost to Aydin Süleymanli, which was completely winning. We see he's still sitting at the board, completely heartbroken. But the round is going on. Arturs, let's get the overview of the round to see what is happening. And by the way, huge update on Levon Aronian against Jose Martinez. What is going on there? It's a top left corner.
Apparently, if my Grandmaster calculations are correct, Levon is down a full rook.
He sacrificed the rook for an attack?
How did that happen?
Ooh.
Rook takes on b3, queen g8. He takes on b3. This was not, of course, a blunder by the Mexican player. He's simply simplifying the position here. Queen c4. The queens are off the board. I think Levon is about to resign right here. Whatever happened in the middle game, Levon was going for inspired attack, but Jose Martinez, he found all the right moves. And right now for Rodian, I just do not see any way to continue. Is it bishop a5, spite check here? But the black king is going to walk away. The point is, you cannot defend the pawn on c2 without trading the queens. Black is up a piece.
And also pawn e4 is falling in. Everything is falling apart if you don't trade queens. But if you trade queens, you're getting into the endgame down 1 piece. You don't really want it. I think Levon already knows it, that the position is lost. He's just trying to, he just tries to come up with the senses, that this is happening. I mean, the most experienced player in the field this year, Grandmaster Triathlon, trying his best. But yeah, queen b6 check. He's still trying.
One spite check, but I don't know what it really... he did find a way to keep the queens on the board, but yeah, the pawn on c2 is under attack. Queen e4 is a possibility. Bishop c3. Black can take the pawn on e4, play queen c6. There's no tricks here, but of course you always play it out because nobody has made points by resigning early.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to continue playing and continue trying in the position. But looks like, it's just an extra piece. Although the black king is more open than the whites, you don't really see an attack. Bishop on e7 is perfectly defending the position. Knight on f8, also blocking everything. I don't see the way that white can break through. Do you see any chance in the position?
No, no, zero chances here. I think that Levon is looking for some sort of a practical idea, something, you know, maybe find a sequence of moves where his opponent has to find some very precise moves, and if he finds it, then he resigns. But I just do not see it, because Black is about to play something like knight e6, king d7, maybe queen c6, simplify the position. a5 doesn't change anything, and the only thing that can allow white to escape is a major blunder from Martinez's perspective.
Levon cannot believe it. He's shaking his head right now. He's completely shocked by the position. I mean, he was most likely sacrificing a rook for an attack earlier in the game, but it didn't really work out. He's trying, but there's not going to be a chance. I mean, Jose Martinez super dangerous, and if he gets advantage, he's just sticking to it.
I think he's going to win this, and yeah, rook c5 is played. Looks like a very clinical move, trying to trap the white queen. We can stay for a couple of seconds, but I don't think we are going to see any surprises here. And unless, yeah, Levon resigns right here, I think it's a good idea that we simply select another game and see what else we're missing. By the way, the last 30 seconds here for Ronian, but this is what else is happening in the round 3 of the Rapid Tournament. So, what do we see here?
Vaishali is still winning against Alexander Kostyuk in the bottom right corner. The game, which didn't start well for Alexandra from the opening. And there has rook all the way to g8. I mean, targeting. Shall we go there and see what is happening?
Yeah, the other games appear to be more or less balanced. Suleimanli against Bluebaum, that's the top right corner. And of course, Marco Materi against Carissa. Yep, let's go. Yeah, to Vaishali against Kostyuk, where the World Championship challenger, Vaishali, the brother of Pragananda, the strongest brother-sister duo in the world, is going for a decisive attack against Kostyuk's king.
Yeah, we saw that in the opening, Alexandra made some major mistakes, and her king, by the way, is still on e7. Starting from the opening, king is still there, but attack is ongoing. The pawn structure, if you look at it, black has all the pawns, and all of them are pawn islands, because we can see that f pawns are doubled, as well as the c pawns are doubled. The d3 pawn cannot be defended by the c pawn, as well as the a6 pawn. While white has the 2 pawn islands very nicely, and it's so much more easier to pick up material. But rook b8 has just been played, and I see that the evaluation bar just dropped down. Computer doesn't like.
I like it, but I don't know why it's a mistake. Maybe there's something wrong. But what's the problem? Because I think the idea is very clear. You want to play queen g8 and somehow go for the mate. Queen takes on f4 is going to be queen g8. Or wait a second. Is there some sacrifice here on h3? So queen takes on f4, queen g8, queen a3, king h2, rook h3, g takes on h3, queen f2, queen f3. Could be some perpetual?
I mean, if it is possible, I mean, this would be a big chance for Alexandra in this game. Is she going to go for it?
I think she should, because queen g8 is just incoming. Queen g6 is not possible because it hangs the rook on h4. So Alexandra is right now trying to figure out, does she have a perpetual here after queen takes on f4? The evaluation bar says that white is still better, but rook b8 for some reason is a miss, which is a mystery to me.
25 seconds for Alexandra Kostyuk. Will she be able to find a way to secure a draw in this position? I mean, recently we saw in the round 2, she was so much worse. She was lost against Václav, but she managed to hold to a draw in impressive fashion. Alexandra is the most experienced player, and she goes for it. She finds queen f4.
We are going to get our answers right here, because this is a very exciting sequence. Queen g8, queen e3, king h2, rook h3, g takes on h3, queen e2 check. Queen g2, queen d1, queen g5. I think this is what Alexandra was trying to calculate, but she doesn't have any choice. She has to go here and pray that there's no mate. The engine says there is no mate, but she doesn't know that. Neither does Vaishali.
Yeah, definitely. It is surprising. I mean, if she will be able to hold to a draw in this position, because Vaishali was so much better and winning the whole game in this position. And rook b7, she's going for a check.
I think she's simply going to repeat the position. King g6 is not king f8. Wait a second, what's the difference here? So can I play queen g8? And where's the big difference here? King h2, rook h3, g takes rook h3, queen e2, queen g2, queen d1. I don't see the difference immediately, but there is a difference apparently. Sacrifice on h3, it's got to be. What else?
Did Vaishali calculate all this through with just 10 seconds on the clock, and for Alexandra just 5 seconds?
I think she missed queen c6, queen f6 in the very end after queen g2. Sorry, like we have
wow.
no time to show this, but this was a crazy sequence where the king on e6 was under attack, and now what happens now?
Queen g2?
Yeah.
No.
King h2, queen e2. This is the idea. Queen g2, queen d1, queen c6.
Wow.
I think this was the idea that Kosteniuk missed from afar. Very difficult to spot.
Wow, this is absolutely crazy. What is happening here on the board?
Feels like a mate. I mean,
Will Vaishali play it?
King g3 is just nuts. You can't do this. Queen g2, there you go. No choice. You got to take on d1. Otherwise, you're just down the rook for nothing.
Taking d1. No, she plays f4. What is happening? Queen f6.
Wow.
Queen c6 check is not possible in the position.
Rook f1, another supposed mistake. No, it's still good. Stopping f3. It's going to be rook takes on f3. f3 played anyway. Rook f3, queen g2, king g2, d2. Black is about to advance his d-pawn.
What is going on in this position?
No, but I
Traders
think
have-
it's too many extra pawns for white. Yeah, rook f1, takes, rook b6, collect a lot of pawns.
And there is a checkmate threat, by the way, on rook to e7. You cannot promote the pawn. You have to take with the king on e5 right
Even
now.
better. Even better. Yeah, that's a brilliant idea. Wow. How did she find it on seconds, literally?
Yeah,
There's no
absolutely
defense.
amazing.
Check.
That's amazing play by Vaishali.
Trade the rooks.
Some checks.
It's over. It's over.
It's over.
Vaishali is going to win this.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looks like she's going to surely win, but we have some updates from the game of Levon Aronian against Jose Martinez. Do we
Yeah.
wait for a handshake?
No, let's go to that game because I think here that Vaishali is definitely winning this by pushing forward the h-pawn.
Huge update. Levon Aronian is holding his ground against Jose Martinez. Let's immediately go there and see what is happening. We see that queens are being traded, but the dangerous pawns, G and A, are being pushed. Computer still lacks position of black, but Levon has made such a big progress.
The a-pawn just goes forward. a5, a6, a7, rook a1, and see what happens. d3, c takes on d3. White is just better suddenly. Wow, what a crazy turnaround here in this game, because Levon Aronian, at some point in this game, he was down an entire rook.
And look at this. 95 has been played. Computer evaluation bar is just going all the way up. What?
b5.
B5, B6, B7. Are he going to promote the pawn?
If he is going to win this, this is going to be one of the craziest results in the Biel Chess Festival history, because I do not remember anyone coming back down from a full rook.
It is absolutely insane. I think Jose cannot believe it. Both are down the seconds. Now knight f3. He wants to push the pawns, but no, b6. Levon keeps on.
Watch out for the knight check. Knight e4, king a4, rook c4, king a5, king a6, king b7. What is advancing?
Yeah, and rook c4 check, but no, king is coming forward. You cannot stop those pawns from marching.
Wow, this is the kind of a game that can really hurt your chances in the triathlon, because how do you forget such a game? Obviously, the game still continues, and Jose is doing his best, but wow, what a miss here. So king a6, white's idea is very simple. Push forward the pawns, promote the pawns, and do not blunder some cheapo.
Oh my god, and king went all the way to b7. The next move, he's ready to promote to the queen. And now knight b3.
Beautiful move, bishop b4, stopping any spy checks. Knight a5, knight c5.
Oh.
a8 is just winning here, and Jose, I think he knows he's beat. He just resigns.
Completely shocking result. Jose cannot believe it. Look at him. He's shaking his head. He was completely winning. He was up a rook, then he was up a piece, but it was Levon Aronian who stood his ground and managed to win this crazy endgame.
But we have one more game, which is Aydin Suleimanli against Matthias Bluebaum. And, well, apparently white is winning. No, he's not winning. The evaluation bar is jumping rapidly here. White has a far advanced pawn on h7. He's trying to make some progress. And here Matthias is trying to cling for the position. Rook e8. What about the pawn on g5? Can you collect it?
G5 pawn looks very weak. Just now F6 pawn was taken. Extra pawn with a bishop versus knight in this endgame. I mean,
Rook
looks
f5,
like
knight f3. You can't miss this. What about
G4?
Oh, G4. G4 probably is also good. Ah, wait, knight f3 was king f3.
G4. Can you take the pawn? What is happening if you take the pawn?
Take the pawn, knight g4. Black apparently is still safe, but the pawn on h7 is very dangerous. Knight c4. You play rook e3, knight e3. What do you do? Knight e3, maybe?
You cannot take on G4 because there is going to be a fork, knight e3. But knight e2, targeting the bishop one more time.
Attacking bishop, rook e. Can you take it? Takes, knight b1, e6, knight e2. Just unbelievable how quickly he did this.
Oh my god, he's calculating so fast. He found this idea, pushing the pawn.
e6, knight e2, e7, knight e4 check, knight e6. Black is safe, it's going to be a draw.
Oh my god. It was so close.
Or knight c3.
Oh.
It's
I
also
didn't
good.
just realize it. I didn't just realize it that it's not working. Okay, he's picking up the pawn.
No choice.
No
King
choice
g4,
what to do.
knight e6, king h7. This game is getting for a draw, but what a round as you look it was. There you go, official confirmation. Crazy game. Both players share their laughs and they're remaining good spirits.
Absolutely crazy round that we have. I mean, I was shocked that we could get even crazier games. I mean, Arturs, what has been your favorite here and in this round 3?
Nothing can beat Levon Aronian's crazy comeback, being rook down against Jose Martinez. We buried him. We did it again. We said it cannot be done. And guess what? Levon Aronian proves why he's the two-time World Cup winner. He did the unthinkable. He came back from a dead lost position and defeated Jose Martinez for one of the craziest comebacks in the Biel Chess Festival history. Also, here we see the other results. So Manli against Matthias Blumbaum just finished with a spectacular draw. And Limble is unstoppable. He just defeated Arturs with a lot of time on the clock.
Generation Challenge Tournament, we have a draw between Václav Finek and Xiao Tong. It was Marco Materia, the winner of Chess 960 tournament, who scored a victory against Carissa Yub. And Vaishali Ramesh Babu finally scoring a victory in the Rapid tournament against Alexandra Kostyanyuk. And these are the current standings of the tournament. Arturs, who is leading? Please tell us.
What a gift for Aronian. Of course, he is now leading the tournament with 5 points. It could have been completely different here. Limble, the 3-time champion, is just 1 point behind again. It's 2 points for the victory in the Rapid tournament. Everybody else is still within the striking distance. Poor Arturs is still having to score points in this tournament, but it's so rough.
Absolutely mind-blowing round number 3, so it's a perfect time for us to go on the break. I really need that hydration break right now after all the madness I witnessed in the round. So dear viewers, stay here, don't go anywhere, and we're going to have an interview with Jezer Dogmush, the youngest 2700 in the history of chess during the break. So enjoy it, and we will be back in a bit.
I'm happy to be joined by the youngest 2700 in the history of chess, Grandmaster from Turkey, Jezer Dogmush. Jezer, it's a pleasure to have you in Biel. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You've just become the youngest 2700 rated player in the world. Was it some particular moment then you realized that how special it actually is?
Okay, there was no particular moment. It's actually like very good thing to become the youngest 2700. I was just extremely happy when I reached 2700. Yeah.
Has it in a way, you know, changed your goals, or has it simply made you aim even higher?
Becoming 2700? Okay, of course it's not enough to to stop with 2700. I want to just gain more rating. Of course I want to become 750 now and then like 2800. Yeah, of course I will still want to gain some rating.
Of course.
Yeah.
And now you're at the Biel Chess Festival playing Grandmaster, Triathlon, Masters. I know the tournament which has all. Blitz, Rapid, Chess 960. Now, how do you feel about participating in such an event?
Yeah, I'm very excited to play here. I didn't play chess after Tepesi Yaman. My last game, classical game, was against Carson, and now, yeah, I didn't play chess for 2 months, and now I play a lot of chess game here. Yeah, we have Blitz, Rapid, Freestyle, and I'm very excited to play the tournaments.
And do you have a role model, someone you're looking up to? Who is your role model and why?
Okay, Magnus, obviously, because he was a world champion for a long time and he has the highest rating in the history. So it's obviously Magnus. Yeah.
And now we're coming to the more funny questions. If you could choose one superpower that would help you during the tournaments, but not during the games, which one would it be?
Okay, it would be good if I would be very energetic during the tournament. I don't get tired, and yeah, it would be good.
If you could borrow one chess skill from any chess players in the field in this tournament, which one would you choose?
Okay, Magnus endgame skill probably. Yeah.
And in this event?
In this, okay. Okay. Maybe Aronian's experience. He has like a lot of experience. He played against a lot of top players.
What is something that chess fans would be surprised finding out about you?
About me? I gave 15 kilos in 2 months. Yeah.
Oh, amazing. And if your chess style were a movie genre, which one would it be?
Okay, something aggressive, but okay, I couldn't find now. Yeah. But okay, something aggressive, some action films. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Guys. Best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, dear viewers, to the biggest chess festival in Switzerland. 59th edition of the International Biel Chess Festival is taking place, and in the heart of it, Grandmaster Triathlon, the rapid section, is happening right now. I mean, Arturs, we have Masters challenges. Round 4 is already unfolding. We see the first moves on the boards.
And let's see what we are seeing right here. And We're going to start from the top left corner. Lim Le, the beast of the last 2 rounds, and also, by the way, 3-time winner of the Biel Chess Festival. He's playing against Levon Aronian, probably the luckiest guy today here because he was just down the rook against Martinez, but he did the unthinkable. We can maybe dive into this very critical game. Looks like something quite peaceful. The exchange. Slav? Yeah, but things are changing rapidly these days. A couple of openings that used to be quite joyish. You can't play like this. Well, everything is being reevaluated. White does have some pressure in this variation.
Yeah, but there is an open file on the C file, so that's why we are going to see this battle and the X-ray. And the biggest question is how are you going to defend the knight on C6? Since the bishop is already outside of the pawn chain, the bishop is on F5, cannot step backwards.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what here White is threatening. Knight A4 is the idea to take on C6, create a weakness, something he can target. Let's say Black continues with short castle. Does he want to play bishop C6, B takes on C6, and then what? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe just play positionally, don't take on C6, play A3, B4, knight C5. But one thing is clear. Here, White is going for some sort of a play at a queen set.
Yeah, and while Leon Aronian taking his time, I would like to go to the overview. Oh, wait, okay, I wanted just to suggest, but it's good that it didn't go there. G5. You can expect anything from Levon Aronian. Wow.
Yeah, G5 is all business here from the Armenian superstar who right now represents the United States of America. The point is after bishop G3, Black doesn't want the castle short. Instead, he wants to play H5, H4, trap the bishop on G3, and if I play something like H3, well, maybe open up the king side and go for inspired attack. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now bishop E5 is coming to attack the knight, the rook on A8. And now the big question is, do you take it? What do you do about it? Do you play F6 or move the rook?
No, just play rook G8. It seems that both players, again, are very deeply prepped. Like, you don't randomly play bishop E5, bishop G3, and Lim Le, yeah, he's really all about business in this tournament because we already saw his super deep prep 2 rounds ago against Matthias Blubaumer, where he basically got a winning position with the black color without making any single move himself. Here, things are also evolving quite rapidly. Aronian also knows this position quite well, H5. According to an engine, you gotta play knight c5, and this is exactly what the Vietnamese grandmaster does.
This is absolutely crazy. You let h4 to trap your bishop on g3, because what do you play? You play knight b7. This is a trick. Knight b7 is a threat. Knight on c6 is going to be in the trouble. How do you stop it as Levon? How do you defend the b7 square?
No, I just love it. You can play the most boring opening ever. Yeah, you can play Petrov, you can play exchange. Slav, you can play the 4 knights, but you pit against each other 2 very creative players, and boom, this is what happens.
Absolutely amazing. Absolutely love it. Queen b6, is it something what we expect in the position, attacking the bishop and defending the b7 square?
I have no idea. I have no idea. Like, take on c5, bishop c5, h4 is the thing here. I think White wants to play knight b7, bishop takes on c6, wins some material, h4 doesn't maybe drop a piece because the bishop can go to e5, knight takes on c5, played immediately, h4, bishop e5, oh wow. This is exploding really quickly, but Angelique, I think it's probably still a good idea to select another game here because the players appear to be still in the prep, but let's not forget this game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is insane. One of the sharpest game in the round. What strikes my attention is the bottom right corner. We have Carissa Yip, who is again heading for the central game in the opening, and she's pushing the pawn g4. Shall we take a look at the game? What is happening there?
Yeah, and the only question, what I'm really interested right now, did Xiao Tong check what Carissa Yip did a couple of rounds ago against Vaishali? So ultimately, Carissa ended up winning the game, even though the engine doesn't like this position. She played exactly the same setup. So I don't know. This is something I would love to hear from the Chinese grandmaster. Are you checking the games of your opponent, even though this is a rapid tournament, or you're just on your own?
Yeah, and as you were saying, you know, you don't really expect someone, I mean, your opponent, to play the center game, especially on such level. but she's going for it. She's preparing for it very well for the rapid tournament striking, and we see the results are there. She has won her games.
Carissa says, hold by knight. There you go. I'm doing exactly that. I'm repeating my positions, so why not? I played the central opening once. I'm going to do it again. So the idea is the same as we discussed a couple of rounds ago. White wants to go for this kingside attack. G4, H4, H5. Let me draw you a couple of furrows. The big idea is to open up the kingside. Black is so posed to open up the queenside. And the big question, of course, is how? How do you do it? How do you open up the queenside?
But Arturs, if I see correctly, last 3 moves of black were brilliant. Is it true? Because I see they're green, like this green-blue
Very, very
color.
green, because the bishop is under attack. I suppose you can't really take it. So A5, the point is 8x on B4, 8x on V4. I think this is also what Vaishali played against Carissa. Rook A1 check with some big attack going on, and that's why here, of course, also Xiao, he decided not to check it. He played rook E8, double exclam moves. I think he can make like 10, 15 double exclam moves. Another exclam move right here, knight E5, and maybe finally White is thinking about grabbing the bishop here.
Yeah, probably, but okay, you have to watch out because the rook on A1 is going to be very dangerous. At the same time, White is also building up some attack, and this is a finally bishop stepping away from the B4. Not allowing to take any longer.
Yeah, because White might just take it, and I think here definitely Black is thinking about some B5. And it's not about the pawns, it's all about who is going to open up the either kingside or queenside as fast as possible. So for Carissa, of course, she wants to do these things like G5, H4, H5, etc., but Black appears to be quite fast, which begs the question, does she have the time to somehow meet this push?
Yeah, the problem is that she has to go for all these moves like H4, H5, H6, or H5, G4. I mean, she has to create some weaknesses for Black because pawns are standing on F7, G7, H7. There is not a single weakness, not a single pawn push from there. While for Black, it's much more easier. There are so many pieces standing on the way of the B pawn.
Yeah, you're totally right. So what can I say? And this is why Carissa is thinking about her choices. The queen on c4 maybe is not really so well positioned, but where do you put the queen? I don't know, like queen c3. Maybe you just play h4 and pray it's going to work. h4, b5, queen b5, and yeah, but I don't like it. Knight e4, bishop a6 to follow. Black's position just plays itself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have such a good position on the queen side with this attack ongoing. While Carissa is taking her time, I suggest to get the overview of the round to see what else is happening, and let's pull up the bird's eye view to see.
Yeah, so super exciting game here by Carissa. Sorry?
Let's go. Yeah.
Another
sorry.
game?
Okay.
Yep. Which game do you want to check?
So first of all, I mean, the game we have just witnessed Limle against Levon Aronian in the top left corner. There is still action happening. The bishop is spinning the knight, as we have seen in the last move. The pawns are g5, h4. The attack is ongoing. That looks like the craziest game in the round. All the rest is, I mean, looks like it's happening pretty slowly.
Let's make a very quick overview. Yeah, there you go. Limle against Aronian obviously was the crazy battle of the exchange. Slav, was it? Yeah, the exchange Slav. Then we have the top middle board Erdomush against Aydin Suleymanli. This is I don't know what this is. It's White is threatening some sort of f4 push. And by the way, I didn't just play h5, h4. He's going for some sort of inspired kingside play. I love to see this. Then we have Matthias Blubaum against Jose Martinez. That's the leftish corner where this is some sort of Tarash position, I suppose. Looks quite dynamic from both sides. The lower left corner, Vaishali against Václav Finek. It's the Sicilian Alapin. It seems that she has accomplished really nice position. I love it. And then we have Alexander Kostanyuk against Marco Materia, lower middle board, which is
some interesting pawn setup. H2 to a5.
I can't recognize the opening, I gotta confess. And then, of course, Carissa against Xiao Tong, the central opening. But yeah, let's maybe select the game. I suggest maybe Vaishali against Václav and then see where the pace is taking us.
Absolutely. Let's go there and see what is happening in the position of Vaishali. As she managed to strike the victory against Alexandra in the previous round, so very important for her to keep a pace for the final rounds of the tournament, because every point, every single point, even a draw, is important later in the overall ranking of the Grandmaster Triathlon of the Biel Chess Festival.
So White just carried out an idea to play b3. If you would go a couple of moves ago, it's a very common battle here in these positions. By the way, just e5 was played by the young Czech player. Here after b3, White allows Black to play c4 to stop her d-pawn's movement forward, but after b3, d6, takes, and knight a3, Black has problems to keep this pawn. And the way I understand this position from Black's perspective, if you take on b3, this is immediately success to White, because White establishes herself a very nice center, and on top of that, as you can see, after bishop g4 takes on f3, White also has the bishop pair.
Looking at the time situation also, we can say that Vaishali is ready for this position. He has 12.5 minutes on the clock, while Václav is the one who was thinking with around 8 minutes right now. But yeah, e5. Now there are some questions in the position. Does he want to push the pawns in the center, targeting the queen? What's his plan in the position? Because seemingly Vaishali has a bishop pair in the position, but they are not really open, they are not really working. Okay, the bishop on c2 is the one which is working, but the bishop on c1 is standing there. And how do you develop it?
It's a very good question. I mean, I think knight c4 looks reasonable with some bishop a3 ideas. Like, I would love to do this. Knight c4, b takes on c4. You don't have time for a5. I'm going to play bishop a3 and do something here. Another idea I'm thinking, a very common Sicilian elaborate idea is to play knight b5 and d4, or maybe you somehow mix it together in a nice soup. You play knight b5, bishop a3, land the knight on d6, and then you play d4. But okay, knight c4 was played.
Some ratatouille soup.
Something. And by the way, of course, Fidek immediately expected this. He played queen c7, but here White's position is to be preferred because bishop e4, bishop d5, bishop a3. I just love these bishops for White.
Okay, yeah, definitely. And queen c7 is being played in this position. Will Vaishali be able to open her bishop? And she's going for it. Bishop e4 now, targeting the knight on c6. She's activating her bishops. Now it looks like after this e5 move that the bishop on g7 is the one which is in the trouble.
Yeah, the problem is that, I mean, Black's position visually looks normal, but the point is this knight on c6 doesn't do anything. White is about to play d3, put the bishop on d5. You can't get rid of this bishop easily. I don't know how do you do it. Maybe somehow find a way to play knight e7. Don't forget, the pawn on b7 could be under attack. Black abandons the idea to play f5. He just played rook d8 because f5 would allow to play bishop d5, and the king is kind of a bit weak. There's some light square problems. For Vaishali, this is a dream position. I would just say something like d3, maybe keep the bishop on this diagonal, think about some h4, h5 ideas. There's so many ways to play this out, and Vaishali is doing just fantastic.
She's doing fantastic, and also she's doing great on the clock, and the time, as we know, very important for our players and for every single person. So probably it's also a good moment for us to mention that the winner of the Masters tournament is going to get a beautiful watch from Orash. It is a series K2 Omnium stainless steel. And these are 3 variations that the players can choose out of the winner of the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters. So we have Midnight Blue on the left, Pink Perfection in the middle, or Frostfire. I mean, Arturs, which one would you pick if you won?
I take all of them. They look so fabulous. I can't really choose. Yeah, beautiful really watches here for the players to win. So Harash watches, check them out. Look really fabulous. Angelica, what's your choice?
My choice is definitely pink.
The pink,
Perfection, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, have to stick with the pink. But all the others are classical as well and very nice. So let's move on to the overview of the round and see where are we heading into next.
Well, okay, let's again make a quick roundup. The game of Faronian against Limled, lower, upper.
What is happening? Queen is on h7. How did the queen get there?
Well, I suppose he just went there somehow. And queen a5 fine. All right, listen, then nothing really matters. Then we just go straight to that game because everything else looks very normal except this. This feels like still played in the vibes of yesterday's chess 960. Super, super sharp. White willingly put the queen on h7 to harass the black king. The pawn on f3 is also doubled. The white king is a bit exposed. The pawn on c5 is under attack. And guess what? This was the exchange Slav.
Exchange Slav. I mean, you would never guess that the players got here from one of the, I mean, I wouldn't say like boring openings, but you know, it's of course one of the calmest and you know, most solid choices for white going into Slav while exchanging the pawns. No, I mean, I've played so many positions of the exchange Slav, and all of them are getting, you know, so positional. Very, you know, static, you know, not so dynamic, but, you know, what is happening in the game of Limle against Levon Aronian is, I mean, I think 1% of the game that's ever going to happen.
I think here what Ronin is trying to accomplish, he wants to get rid of this annoying bishop on a4 because it is pinning the knight on c6, which in return attacks the bishop on e5. And unless here the Vietnamese grandmaster is going to find a way to keep the pin, I think he has to take it. Bishop takes on c6, and most likely black's going to play rook takes on c6, try to attack the pawn on c5. The black king on e8 is feeling pretty safe, and this is also the reason why the Vietnamese grandmaster is not entirely sure if this is enough, and he's looking for something else. But is there something else? The other move I can think of is b3, but it just feels odd.
Yeah, b3 and your bishop is just stuck there on a4. There are no real square. Then taking the knight on c6 from a4. But okay, later on maybe you can still push for b4. Maybe it is an opportunity to go b3 and then, you know, just wait a little bit.
Or maybe you go for this sequence. You play bishop c2, knight e5, queen h8, king, I don't know what, king d7 to bishop f8. Let's say king d7, queen e5. Black moves the rook. You give it the pawn on c5, and you say that I have a big compensation because your king is exposed, and I have an obstacle a bishop. I don't know. It feels very far-fetched, but it's a very big decision. Big decision to make, and that's why here the three-time champion of the festival is thinking.
Yeah, he's taking time in the position. I mean, definitely, it is absolutely, you know, unclear what is going on. Probably a good moment for us to pull up the bird's eye view and see what else is happening, because it is Carissa who's pushing her pawns on the king side in the bottom right corner. She has all her pawns, g4, f4, e4, pushing forward against Tong Shou. And what is he doing? He's trying to open up the queen side.
We're definitely going to check that game. Let me very quickly also give an assessment of the other games. Domush against Aydin Suleimanli. That's the top middle board. White did push f4. The position remains level, but black definitely has some dynamics. The top right corner, Matthias Blubem against Jose Martinez. It's quite symmetrical, and white appears to have some pressure, but it's obstacle of bishops on the board. The likely result might be something peaceful. Vaishali against Finnick, we checked it. That's the lower left part. Nothing has dramatically changed. By the way, h4 was played. Kind of makes sense in these positions. And also Kosteniuk against Marco Materia, where white has a beautiful knight on d4. But for the moment, it's a balanced position on the board. Yeah.
Where do we go, Carissa or Vaishali? That's a question.
Maybe Carissa? Do we do that?
Okay, let's take a look there.
Central opening and everything.
Yeah.
All right.
Carissa is sticking to her preparation for the rapid with the center game.
Yeah, the last moves, by the way, what we did not see, I think we left it around here, was queen e2, b5, of course. Black played b5 to open up the position, queen g2. If you play b4, I'm going to play a4. This part is quite clear. That's why black played knight e5, f4, knight c4. Engine doesn't like it. Looks pretty human, though. Knight e2. And black is still trying to open up the queen side. But white already is very close to do something really bad to black at the king side.
Something really crazy. I mean, sacrifices are coming. And it looked earlier that black is faster in the attack on the queen side. Well, now we can see that all the pieces are ready for attack on the king side for Carissa. For black, there is still some work to be done to even target any piece or any pawn.
Yeah, it does make sense to use the b file, I think. Some rook b8, but how do you do it? Okay, c6, you push back the most active piece for your opponent, then you play rook b8, queen b6, attack the pawn on b2, and see what happens. Does Carissa play knight e3 or knight c3? Maybe she wants to target the pawn on c4. Knight e3 also allows her to anchor the knight on f5, be very close to the black king.
Yeah, e3 square looks more active and she's going for it, but evaluation bar doesn't like it. The evaluation bar goes all the way down. What is wrong with the move?
d5.
d5.
Does it even work? Well, the point is after d5, he takes on d5, bishop takes on e3, kind of hangs the knight. But what about d takes on c6? The knight is under attack, c7.
Some crazy position. Absolutely insane.
Or maybe it's queen e7, some attack here. No, knight e3 looks very human to me. I mean, it attacks the pawn on c4, and even if Xiaotong, he sees d5, you still got to calculate these things.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to see every single move that's working out in the variation, but you know, e3 aiming for the f4. That's f5, sorry.
Knight f6 is also a move.
But I think first question is d5. That's what she has to answer because it's very forcing and very direct. d5. Do we have e5 in the position? But then d4. You have to be ready for it. d4, d3. The pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
That doesn't really work.
But I mean, to be honest, this line scares me even more. Like he takes on d5, bishop e3, take on c6.
Bishop d2, rook d2.
Bishop d2, rook d2. Your knight suddenly is pinned. Yeah, and it doesn't look so clear. The more I'm looking at this, I think knight f6 is quite human because it brings the knight in the game. It attacks the pawn on e4. Okay. Knight b6. So what was the miss? Let me check with an engine.
Yeah, there was definitely something for black in this position. Probably pretty tough to pick up.
Yeah, d5 is the second choice, but the engine is pretty good. But the second move, I mean, the first move by an engine is queen b6, knight c4, and queen b5.
Oh.
Yeah. It's not so easy to see this, especially when you have so many other interesting opportunities. Knight b6 is a miss, and now Carissa plays knight f5, and she simply wants to play bishop f3 and get to say hello to the black king.
From human perspective and from human eye, I mean, I would say I really love position of white. We see computer still prefers black in this position, but it looks like white is so fast. I mean, optically, what would you say, Arturs? What's your impression?
Yeah, it looks scary. This knight on f5. I mean, of course, black can trade it. Bishop takes on f5. And if he's going to play g6, I'm not even sure if Carissa is going to move the knight at all, because she might just keep it there to open up the g file. I don't like what Tong did with the last move, knight b6, because I thought that he had to open up the queen side with rook b8 and queen b6, but he has a different idea here, and he just played e5. I guess he saw this position, he was happy with this, but apparently he's still doing better.
Yeah, computer still likes and prefers him, but probably it's also a good moment for us to check what happens in another game, especially in Vaishali. Let's pull up the bird's eye view and see what is there, because Vaishali is attacking against Václav Finek.
And give you an update, Matthias Blubam against Jose Martinez has finished in a draw, and I think this is also a welcome result for Jose because he had this crazy loss against Levon Aronian. I think he's definitely going to welcome a draw. It was a pretty solid game. Both players walked away with a point each because in the rapid tournament, a victory gives you 2 points. And the biggest advantage apparently here is Vaishali's position against Václav Finek. Everybody else is still within the balance. So I suppose Vaishali's game is where we're heading, right?
Vaishali it is. Let's go. Let's head there and see what is happening. I mean, we have seen Vaishali struggled yesterday in the Chess 960. She started also with the 2 losses, but just round before she won her game. First win in the rapid against Alexandra Kosniuk. And now she's on the way for her second victory with almost 7 minutes against 2 minutes on the clock.
And the attack looks just devastating because white is playing at a king side. And that's the big difference, by the way, I think, between let's say, the club level players and the pro players, they're also using the pawns in front of the king. Because check this out. A couple of moves ago, this was the position for Vaishali. Looks pretty normal, right? You have the bishop pair, I don't know, you want to open up the position, but suddenly she starts to use the pawns in front of the king. I suppose, I mean, normally you're not supposed to do that, but the white king is feeling very safe here because nobody can really exploit that she's actually using the pawns in front of her own king to go after the opponent's king, and after king g2, rook h1, find a way to checkmate.
Yeah, the bishops are definitely the beasts in the position on g5 and d5, just completely securing the position. The king cannot get out to g8 because bishop on d5 is handling that square. Bishop on g5 is also taking care of the important square. So that's why definitely Václav wants to trade the bishops in this position, playing bishop h6. But now the question is, do you really want to trade the bishops on g5, opening up the h file, or what do you do in this position?
I want to deliver a checkmate. By the way, bishop takes on g5 is not even a threat, because after king g7 is going to be queen h6, pretty important tactical motive here. You see the king cannot escape from the checkmate, so I think here Vaishali has still some time to do things. Like, she's definitely looking for a way to wrap up the game, because it just feels when you are at this level, you feel there's something here, where is it? Is it h5, sacrifice a piece? Is it bishop e6, h5, sacrifice a piece, and go for the checkmate? Or you still bring the more pieces in the game? And personally, I like king g2 the most.
Yeah, g2 looks like a logical move, bringing up more pieces and improving the position. That's what they said, that if you don't know what to do, you know, just improve your pieces, improve your position, and there is no direct threat. But no, she goes for bishop e6, attacking the rook, pinning them. Does she want to get the material and just simply be up in exchange? I mean, that also looks very practical and logical.
But there's got to be something very concrete, which is what I'm not seeing. I mean, takes, queen f5, king g7. I do not see. Of course, you can take the exchange, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I was too focused on delivering the checkmate. There's always the exchange, of course. Yeah, there's such a minor thing.
Yeah, such a minor thing, but such a big one in the end games especially. So yeah, Vaishali can just pick up and exchange.
Just take the exchange. Looks really great. She has 5 minutes versus Black's 1.
While Vaishali is making up her decision, will she take the exchange or not, it is Kongresshaus who is improving against Carissa Yip. So let's pull up the bird's eye view to see what's actually happening there. But there are also some major development. Liam Le against Levon Aronian. What is happening there in the top left corner? The position changed drastically.
Yeah, apparently Aronian is outplaying his opponent, because even though we have a material balance in the board, the black pieces appear to be more active. Vaishali still has a winning position against Václav Finnick. That's the lower left corner. Kosteniuk against Marco Materia, lower middle board, is still within the balance. Carissa Yip, oh wow, she's going for g6, this king set attack, which looks really promising, but the engine says no sir, because something bad is happening there.
Yeah, because she gave up the b2 pawn. That was a problem, and Shawa is attacking her. A very, very, very tough position for Carissa right now.
She's up in exchange for a couple of pawns, going for a desperate attack. Of course, we want to check the game of Aronian against Limle. I think that's going to be the next game we're going to go to. But here it seems that white is in trouble. The king is so weak. The bishop, the knight, and the queen, plus a couple of pawns, they got to find a way to cooperate together to hunt down the white monarch.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely tough because there are too many pieces around the white's king. And for Black, I mean, Black shouldn't be worried. Black can even play something like h6, just, you know, closing completely the position and continuing the attack. Yeah.
Also, I want to mention g takes on h7 is not a threat. You can always play king h8. You don't have to take the pawn, because then you would allow your opponent to give some perpetual checks. In the meantime, bishop b4, queen takes on c2 was played by the Chinese grandmaster. Queen e4, rook f8. Oh, bishop c5 are major threats. I do not see Carissa surviving this.
Yeah, there are so many huge threats in the position. It's very tough for Carissa in this moment. I don't know how she will be able to find the defense here.
I just hope one thing, that she keeps playing the central opening. because it keeps delivering these very, very sharp, exciting openings. She defeated Vaishali a couple of rounds ago. It was a spectacular game. Well, this game apparently didn't quite work, but it's fun to follow because how often do you get to see such openings?
I mean, exactly. That's a big question. You don't really get often at all. I mean, and while Carissa is taking her time, I mean, I would suggest to go to the other opening, which was completely opposite to the central game. It was a Slav exchange, and the game Limle against Levon Aron, and let's straight go to that game to see what is going on in the position. Because, as I see it, you know,
What? Wait. There's a
let's
major.
check-
There's
let's
a
check what happened.
major result because apparently Vaishali lost against Václav Finek. Can we very quickly check what happened because she was completely winning? I know we have our live games, but apparently there was a major blunder. We left at this position, G4, Queen G4, Queen H3, Bishop E6. Just take the exchange. The exchange is right there. You can take it on C8.
What is she doing?
She played H5, Rook
Wait, she gives up a piece?
Rook, what? What just happened here? She forgot about the bishop.
She forgot about the pin on the G file.
Or maybe what happened is that she forgot to take the rook on c8 and then play h5. She played h5 the second move. She simply forgot that bishop at f8 is under attack, but it seems that that's the result. Václav Finek apparently has won his game against Vaishali with a major upset here. But
Absolutely
yeah,
crazy.
let's go back to the game.
Let's go back to
Limle.
Limle against Levon Aronian. What is happening there? Because it looks like, from material perspective, it is complete equality. But look at this position, the pressure on the f file, this f2 square, f3 square, the pawn structure of black is just amazing.
Yeah, black is definitely on fire here. He feels he's invincible because after this last round, amazing victory over Martinez, where he was down the rook, he managed to somehow win this, making one of the craziest comebacks in the history of Biel chess. He definitely feels really well right now. Now he's about to take down Limle. He plays king d6. The threat is to play, I suppose, g takes out of 3, rook g4, rook g2. Black is incredibly active here. And also on top of that, the Vietnamese grandmaster is down to the last seconds.
And how after this not to believe in luck, you know? He was so lucky in the previous round. He scored the victory. Now he continues on to winning because the momentum is continuing. Now a5, we see Limle is trying to create what?
No,
What?
don't worry. Don't
Okay.
worry.
What has
Rook
just happened?
a5 is a mouse sleep by the digital operator. Rook a5, rook d1 check, king e7. I find it really interesting that both players are ignoring the pawn on f3, meaning white doesn't take the pawn on g4 because the pawn on f2 becomes vulnerable, and black doesn't take the pawn on f3, well, because white can simply recapture it, but he definitely will do it at some point.
Yeah, he will definitely do because f2 is always pinned. You cannot do anything about it. And this is actually the kind of a situation when you have the opposite colored bishops, but because of them, the attack is so much stronger. And even in the end game, which is absolutely insane. You cannot defend the f2 pawn with your b7 bishop. You will not be able to do it ever in your life.
And just to give you an update of what's happening in other boards, Yezer Dormosh is still in trouble again, this time against Aydin Suleimanli. He's suffering big time here in this rapid tournament. Alexandra Kostanyuk is doing fantastic against Marco Materia. According to Valation Bar, she is winning, but let's follow this critical game of round 4.
You know, Arturs, I really would like to
What?
go to the yes against Aydin because here Levon has 2 minutes on the clock. And
All right.
there are some major development. I mean, Yes is no longer struggling, apparently. Something is happening, and Aydin is blundering, Yes is blundering. What is happening? Looks like, there was a repetition? No, some blunders happening?
It looks like a repetition to me, even though the engine says that there's something wrong with it. And Aydin stops the clock. He wants to claim a threefold repetition. Where's the arbiter? I think the arbiter is going to come here and verify the claim of the young Azerbaijani grandmaster.
And
Even though he's winning, according to an engine.
yeah, it says he's winning, but I guess he cannot really see what is going to happen. For Yes, it would be so great to stop the heartbreak. Okay, the arbiter is coming, and he says, I would like to play this move, and it's going to be a threefold repetition, and the arbiter has to...
The arbiter is going to check it, but I want to pull up the analysis board and explain what's going on, because apparently after queen g3, this is a pretty big mistake. Let's try to figure out why. Black cannot defend the bishop. He can play queen e6, give up the bishop, play queen h3, and apparently this attack is killing. So queen e6, queen a3, queen h3, king goes here, and what do? Takes, queen h5, the rook is dropping, g4, queen h3. It's a very difficult sequence, but both players are really, really low on time.
Yeah, and this is actually the perfect moment for them also to think about the position in case it's not a threefold repetition, but apparently it's going to be a threefold repetition, right?
Yeah, but
Looks like so.
That's a very unfortunate moment. Yeah, you don't often get to see this. Yeah, you're technically winning, but you're the one who is claiming the draw.
Exactly, and it is Yes who is trying to see, who is trying to still keep on playing. Meanwhile, do we have some result in the generation challenge? What happened in the game of Alexandra?
We have an update that Alexandra Kostanyuk, she lost her game even though, according to an engine, she was winning. And while the players here on the screen, they're waiting for the confirmation, I'm just going to very, very quickly. No, there comes the arbiter. Let's see what's the decision. What does he decide?
He decides to show them. I think he wants to show them
They're gonna make a dispute, right? They're going to check it themselves. So the arbiter says, come here.
While they're checking, maybe it's a good moment for us to return to Limle against Levon Aronian. It's the only other game which is still ongoing.
All right, let's do this. And here we have the position where Aronian is up 2 pawns in obstacle the bishop position. The pawn in h2 is very weak. The rook on b2 is a monster. Unless here the Vietnamese grandmaster is going to find a way to trade rooks, I don't see him saving this position. King e5, the pawn in h2 is gone. I think Aronian has got this.
Yeah, he's having this. I mean, in case of trade of the rooks, what would he say? Is it going to be possible to draw this position? Like if the rooks mysterically disappear, but okay, he takes another pawn.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, like bishop e6, you could always play king e6. Even this position is winning. Rook g2 is probably winning. Rook h1 is winning. So here the only question is how Aronian is going to wrap up this game. Maybe the simplest one is to give a check. Take on e6, play king f5.
Yeah, definitely. He is going for it. He is giving a check.
And that's what he does.
And this is what we have. We have the pawns coming. They're
And G3.
unstoppable. We have resignation in the position. And meanwhile, what's happened between Yes and Aydin? It's a draw, looking like the king.
I think it's a draw. If you just get the confirmation,
And
it is a draw.
they're trying to analyze a bit. Look, they're trying to play on the position.
It is a draw. In the meantime, I'm going to very quickly check what happened in Kostanyuk's game. Just very quickly, I wanted to see. There was probably some crazy time scramble Kostanyuk was. Apparently, no, she lost in the, okay, maybe there was some digital error, but all the games are finished in the round. Very, very exciting round here. It was, we just saw Levon Aronian defeating Lim Le, the 3-time Biel chess champion, and also Yes is discussing his game against the young Turkish talent Süleymanlı, but we have one more game to go.
Yeah, we have one more round, and before that, let's check the results of this crazy round. We have in the Masters, Levon Aronian winning that crazy game, crazy exchange Slav against Limle. It was a draw between Yes Ertogmuş against Aydin Süleymanlı, while either of the player could have won this game. Matthias Blubaum also held the draw to Jose Martinez. And in Generation Challenge, we had Václav Finik winning against Vaishali in the crazy game where she was completely winning. Marco Matera scores the victory against Alexandra Kostanyuk. We'll have to find out what happened there. And Xiao Tong scored the victory against Carissa. I mean, what a crazy round. I mean, Arturs, what would you say? What was the craziest game of the round 4?
Absolutely insane stuff here. So Levon Aronian is still leading the Masters tournament. Now his lead extends to 3 points. Süleymanlı, wait a second, there's so many players now sharing the second place. It's Süleymanlı, Blubaum, Limle, and Martinez, and Ertogmuş managed to score his very first point. He might still strike back later. But in the Generations Challenge tournament, Václav Fidek shares the first place thanks to his craziest victory over Vaishalik, who simply forgot that the bishop is hanging, together with the Chinese grandmaster Xiao Tong, and still Marco Materia is still within the striking distance, and of course Carissa, Alexandra and Vaishalik can still make a say in this tournament.
Yeah, and as you said, Levon has 7 points right now. Behind him is Aydin, Matthias, and Limle, and Jose Martinez. But it means that no one can catch Levon Aronian after the final round. It means after the rapid portion, it's guaranteed Levon is going to be the leader of the Grandmaster Triathlon, but it's just the beginning, dear viewers. Still, final round to go. At the rapid portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon here in Biel, we're going to have a very short break and we'll be back just a few moments.
My son was playing chess. I'm not a chess player, I only played a little in the at school. And when my son was 9 years, he beat me, and so we stopped to play together. But then Mr. Sui, we made the festival before 97. He asked me to come to the committee as father, and so I started the committee, and since 98 and come president of the festival. Yes, we started the festival now today, and we are also thinking of the next year when it's the 60 festival without interruption, and so we are preparing something special.
Dear viewers, I hope you enjoyed our impressions video from the round one. That's how it was yesterday. We are going to have every day this impressions video, so big thanks to our media team. But meanwhile, we're having the final round, final push of the round portion of the Rapid tournament. I mean, Arturs, what are we expecting for the final round 5?
Big drama, as usual, because this is what we are seeing here in the Rapid tournament. We already saw it yesterday. Now it's the same. That's what happens when you're playing accelerated time control games. And this is the pairings for the final round. Levon Aronian, the leader of the tournament, he is going to take on the recent FIDE candidates tournament player, Matthias Blubaum. Jose Martinez, known as Jospem in online chess. He's going to take on the youngest participant of the event and also the recent recordist making the 27th Kangdilo Club, Erdomus Suleimani against the three-time winner Lim Le. And then, of course, in the Generations Challenge, we have some younger players versus ladies. Václav Finnick is going to take on the very creative Carissa Yip. She's playing fantastic openings so far. I love it. Xia Tong, the very promising Grandmaster from China, is going to take on the chess queen, Alexandra Kosteniuk herself. And Marco Materia, the winner of the Chess 960 tournament, he is going to take on the current challenger for the World Championship title, Vaishali.
You know, Arturs, we've had so many crazy rounds, and with each round, it becomes even more crazier. The save of Levon Aronian. Also, in the previous round, we had some crazy result. This draw of Erdomus versus Suleiman Lee. But which pairing in this round stands out for you? Which you would like to start following?
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's very difficult not to choose the tournament leaders like Ronian versus Bluebaum, or in the Generations Challenge, maybe Finnick versus Carissa Yip. But I also want to give some love for some players we haven't really followed, try to cover as many games as we can, and then literally see where the action is going to take us.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think, yes, Erdomus versus Jose Martinez. We haven't followed so many of the games of Jose, so that would be great to start with. And we see the players already are getting ready for the game. I think they're all fully prepared. For yes, by the way, such a set tournament starting with the 3 losses, then having finally the draw coming back to the tournament and final game. Will he be able to score at least 1 victory? Meanwhile, we see there is a tournament still going on. The round is happening. That's why we have some slight delay. The Open Rapid Championship is still
It's definitely something Rook and Bishop versus Rook. It's always Rook and Bishop versus Rook, or Rook and Knight versus Rook. I don't think there's a single Rapid or Blitz tournament where they don't have this very, very famous endgame. And by the way, I think we just saw the arbiter came and said, listen, buddies, you have to finish your game.
You have to finish because otherwise...
No, jokes aside, I think they just finished.
Yeah, of course, the game has finished. Most likely it was a draw. But yeah, the pairings are coming very soon for them. And we're going to start the round soon for the Grandmaster Triathlon players as well.
Beautiful venue. Here in the Biel Congress Center. Outside, it's quite hot. Typically, I think it's about plus 30 degrees Celsius. I think when we arrived, it was like plus 35. But here in the Biel Congress Center, in the second floor, it's pretty cool. Yeah, we're sitting here on the first floor. We're getting some fresh breeze from the outside. Also, outside of the Biel Congress Center, there's when there's a football matches going on, there's the fan zone being set up. Everybody's following football here, of course, and everybody saw, of course, yesterday Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship match between Norway versus England. I don't think there's a single chess fan who didn't see it, really.
Yeah, absolutely. That was amazing to follow for the chess fans. And there was a match at night. Switzerland was playing against Argentina. It was 3 a.m. here in Switzerland. Arturs, be honest, have you followed the match?
3 a.m.? No. I think I fell asleep at 1 a.m. after they played the first match. After 90 minutes, it was a draw. I didn't really know how it finished. Apparently, I missed the best bits, but what to do? Had to wake up early on and get ready for this day in the Biel Chess Festival. The players are, by the way, getting ready. This is Matthias Blobam, awaiting his opponent, Levon.
Probably also a good moment for us to remind to our viewers. Yesterday we had Chess 960 tournament, which is serving as a tiebreaker. So yesterday results, they're going to be very important for the overall ranking. But by the way, we're having a special guest standing there for the first ceremonial move. So we're going to see what is going to happen.
And that's why there's the small delay. This is quite typical for high-level tournaments. There's a special guest typically coming, making this ceremonial move. He doesn't really have any contractual obligation. Players can still choose what they want. I mean, I would actually love to see like the guest making a troll move, something like G4.
Yeah.
And then you decide is it good or not. But no, typically they make good moves. They make like E4 or D4. I would have to inquire what is the silliest first move a special guest has made, but they can make their own mind, and that's what we're waiting for.
Yeah, and we're also waiting for the first ceremonial move, which is going to be made by the representative from the embassy of Serbia. So we're going to see it very soon. But meanwhile, the players are getting seated in the playing hall. We see everyone is ready for the final round. By the way, for these players who you see right now, that they started much earlier. They started at 10:45. The first round started, I think, maybe at 10:45, and they were playing 4 rounds before the Grandmaster Triathlon players starting their game. So they have a really, really long day today, all those in the playing hall, and overall they have 9 games of the rapid. I mean, Arturs, what are you exhausted more after? 9 rapid games or 1 classical? But okay, we have the first move incoming.
Yeah, probably the 9 rapid games because you have to live through all the emotions all the time. Let's see what's going to be the first ceremonial move. Great timing here because Levon is one of the biggest legends in world chess, the 4th highest rated player in the history of chess with the rating of 2,830. He's reaching for the E4 move. E4 it is. And now let's see if Levon is going to stick with this move.
E4 is on the board. They're shaking hands. And by the way, here we have also our DGT master and the arbiter Nebojsa, who is also from Serbia. So yeah, he's putting back the move, just making sure the DGT boards are working very well.
And the games are about to start. The final round of the first event of the triathlon. Once again, in case you just joined us, dear viewers, every victory in the rapid tournament is worth 2 points. And all the points of the triathlon will be counted together. So even if Aronian is leading the event by 3 points, these 2 points that he can potentially pick up against Blobam, of course, matter in the long run. And E4, it's not a bad move, so he sticks to it.
E4 is on the board, and we have the French defense since E6 was played. And we see everyone is making the first move. Everyone is ready. Arturs, let's take an overview look at which openings we have here. And do we see some surprises?
Yeah, definitely. I saw the London being played by Aydin Suleimanli. One of the most discussed openings ever in chess circles. I think we have to...
Discussed or disguised?
I said discussed, but
Okay.
somebody might say disgust. But it's one of the most played, most popular, most easiest openings ever. You either love it, or you hate it, or you first love it and then you hate it. So it's Suleimanli against Limlay. So that's the London setup that we have on the board. We probably have to thank the Magnus Carlsen for bringing this into practice, because it was like, I don't know, 10 years ago when Magnus ran out of ideas what to play in openings and his attention came to the London system. He started to play at the highest level, and guess what? Everybody started to play the London after that. But before Magnus, I believe it was Gata Kamsky, one of the biggest practitioners of the London system. And of course, Gata also was a frequent guest of the Biel Chess Festival.
Yeah, definitely. There are many top players who are playing London. It was also played in the many important tournaments. Was it also played in the World Championship match of Ding versus Nepo, right? Or Gukesh? One of the recent matches as well. And yeah, here we have Bishop e7 has been played. And yeah, the point is, of course, that white's pawn structure is always having like this pyramid, as we were discussing, this triangle pawn structure, f2, e3, or b2, c3, e4, d4, e3, f4. And here we have knight e5, very common move, and c4, he's blocking the position in the center.
Well, to explain the idea why this is such a popular opening, White's idea is usually very simple. White wants to play bishop d3, knight e5, and the very modern touch is to play h4, h5, and go for this king-step attack. But you have to pay attention also to the black's last move, which is bishop e7, because he wants to play knight h5 and get rid of this bishop. The point is, if you stop it by playing h3, the trend is to play bishop d6, and now you don't have a retreat, bishop g3. So pardon me with all of these nuances, but the point is, this is why White did play knight e5, stopping knight h5, and that's why Black played c4, stopping bishop d3, and this is also a modern trend of the London.
But now, after the c4 move, there is going to be an idea for White to continue with something like f3, e4, because there is no pressure anymore on the d4 square. Is it something that Aydin Suleimanli thinking about, Arturs?
Maybe he was thinking about it, but he played something else. I actually thought about g4 myself, but h4 possibly doesn't really exclude it, because perhaps he's going to play either h5 or g4, g5. And very often the king stays in the center, because like if you play, for example, queen f3 long castle, the king doesn't really feel very safe here. So that's why in these positions, White very often just keeps the king on e1 and just goes for an inspired king-set attack.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what you would like to have. And h4 is definitely not a stranger move to our positions. We have seen a lot of the h4s in the Rapid tournament, so another inspiring game. What would you do as a black? Would you decide, you know, White played h4, I don't want to short castle, or would you still take the challenge and castle short?
I wouldn't play this line at all, to be honest, from the black perspective, because I personally have quite a big respect against for the London system. And I think that there are a couple of very principled lines where White objectively doesn't have any advantage, but I don't think that c4 is one of them. It's like a trend, but I don't think it's one of those lines. And also the evaluation bar, by the way, says that White is slightly better. So I think that for Aydin, this position feels like a sort of a success. He got what he wanted. He knows these positions. Limlay is thinking, and we are simply going to check another game.
Let's just immediately go to the game of Levon Aronian against Matthias Bluebaum, because something crazy is happening there. I mean, I don't know how crazy it is, but the king's position is being opened. We're going to game of Levon Aronian against Matthias Bluebaum.
Yeah, so there's something going on. What's happening here? F takes on e6. Yeah, by the way, just to give you an update of the game of Martinez against Ardomos, I think there's some transmission error. They're going to fix that in a moment. The evaluation bar is not correct. Well, what do we have here?
Yeah, we have some open diagonal to the king. I mean, it's a French defense. That's what we saw in the first move, right? The e4, e6, that's the first move we saw, what has been played.
You have to roll back a bit, try to understand. I mean, Matthias is a big expert of the French defense. Bishop d3, a rare move. I suppose this is what surprised Matthias. And Levon just gives up the pawn on d4. says you can take it, and finally Matthias did take it, but White managed to open up the king side. I know this line. This is a very interesting line. Like, not in this move order, but when I was in the Naroditsky Memorial, I did some prep with Danya. I used to play before, and one of his favorite setups against the French was e5, d5, knight f3, c takes on d4, and bishop d3, and go for the same idea. Give up the pawn on d4, play short castle, play knight e2, etc. And that's why Levon's idea of playing e5, f4, knight f3, and playing bishop d3, it kind of feels similar to this setup. You give up the pawn on d4, but you're going to play something like knight e2, block the pawn, go for f5, and whatever Matthias was supposed to do, it was not this, because White very quickly is starting a kingside attack.
Yeah, now the question is, where do you put the knight from the c3? I mean, since Levon is taking his time, it's not so automatically that it's e2, because the problem is that the pawn on e5 is also hanging. I mean, how do you defend the pawn and also step away with the knight? He must have some kind of a plan, but which plan is it? Does it involve some kind of queen h5 potentially, you know? Oh, and he's going for it.
Yeah, I was about to suggest knight e4 and try to figure out does it work. Levon immediately came up with the move. Wow.
Queen b6 spinning the knight on d4.
I think we have to show where's the problem. Why are you going to take on d4? Knight e4, queen h5, g6, bishop g6, queen g6, here, and whatever checkmate you prefer. With f7 and rook f7, you can't do this. You simply can't do this. And that's why queen b6 was played, pinning the knight on d4.
And now the question is, how do you stop this nasty pin? Because knight d4 is a threat, or queen d4 even with a check, even bigger threat. I mean, how do you stop it? How do you defend the knight? Is there knight c2, e2, or what exactly you do? But if you play knight c2, e2, queen h5 is not any longer going to be an issue.
First, I want to check what happens after queen h5.
Let's check.
Queen h5. Black suddenly has the d8 square, which is vacated by the black queen. And if you keep hunting down the king, it escapes to c7. And suddenly, there's no follow-up. Like, there's no moves, there's no knight e6 check because the king is pinned. So that's why Levon is not responding immediately. Maybe knight e2 is a move. Maybe bishop e3 is a move. Maybe you give a check first. I think you can do this. Check, here, bishop e3, knight takes on d4, and if you completely run out of ideas, you can always play queen h4 and collect back the knight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have many ideas in this position. I mean, even if you don't want to go all in with the attack, now there is double attack, but bishop e3 is being played. So the point is that, of course, you cannot take twice on d4. There's going to be bishop g6, and nasty threat from Levon Aronian in this position, because otherwise he's going to lose. Ah, no, he's not going to lose. Or he's going to lose material. Bishop g6, because then they're just going to take the knight on d4. So what's the threat? Knight d4, bishop g6, bishop d4?
Oh, you could just take it.
No, here you cannot, because it's coming with a check.
Check. Yeah, you can't do it. Sorry.
Because it's coming with a check.
Yeah, you can't do it. You can't do it.
So you have to do it first. So knight d4, bishop g6.
Which is, by the way, on the board. But bishop g6, you're still down a piece, right? Bishop g6 takes, bishop d4, you're down a piece.
Oh, so you have to play queen h5 and queen h4. Your idea.
I suppose
h5.
There's many moves. I love it. Levon
my
just
God.
played a cold move, king h1. Walk away from the pin, threaten to play bishop takes on d4, bishop g6. I think it's just an opening disaster for Matthias. Maybe I'm like too much of paying attention to the evaluation bar, but the king for black feels so exposed. Bishop d4 is a massive threat.
Absolutely. I mean, how do you stop this threat, by the way? Because
Bishop c5?
bishop c5.
b4.
Oh my god, counterattack. Every single move, just calm. Cold-blooded move, bishop king h1, and there are so many troubles.
Yeah, king h1 was such a cool move. And maybe
And look at the
play
body
knight e5.
language. Look at the body language. Levon is so confident.
Yeah, he feels the rhythm right now, because I mean, this is what happens when you win such a game against Martinez 2 rounds ago, where he was completely lost down the road. He made incredible comeback, and then he scored another victory again. And you just feel invincible at this point. You get more belief that you can do this. And yeah, he's playing fantastic chess so far, being lucky, and this is typically a sign of a tournament winner.
And he just lost 1 point by drawing the game. He has 7 out of 8 points in the rapid, and it looks like he's going to score even 9 points, extending the lead in the tournament. So important to start the GMT with such a huge result.
Well, Matthias is thinking about his life choices. They're not looking good, to be honest, right now. So we are going to use the opportunity and simply have a look at the other games. Levon here is doing really, really well, and he might cement his lead in the tournament. But what else are we seeing in the other games?
Yeah, we see a lot of action. I see in the bottom middle board, Kongresshaus against Alexandra Kostniuk. There is some pawn march happening. H4 has been played, attacking on the king side. What else is striking your attention, Arturs?
Yeah, that looks really spicy.
Oh, what about bishop on g7 for Aydin Suleimanli in the top right corner? What is that, ladies and gentlemen? What is happening?
Okay, let's go to that game and try to figure it out. This was the London game, I think, and we left it several moves ago. Okay, let's maybe not go all the way back, but this is the current position, and the bishop got on g7. Maybe let's go back to move 11. Right here, he played h6, black on a take on e5. There's going to be h takes on g7. The king is exposed. Maybe queen h5 to follow. Black had no choice. Bishop g7, checkmate. No, it's not a checkmate. It's only a bishop, but it looks really scary.
Not a queen.
a4, b3, queen b3, bishop b5. The game continues.
The game is going on in the position now. Bishop b5, pinning the knight to the rook. It looks like bishops are dominating the position, but it's still, I mean, there are no concrete threats in the position, but of course, white's position look very, very pleasant to play.
I mean, this can easily go either way, even though I really like white's position. The pawn on h6, the bishop on g7 and everything, but at the same time, where is white planning to put the king? Definitely not the long side. Short side doesn't feel right. Perhaps f3 and king f2, but black will get rid of the spin at some point by playing a6 and seeking counterplay with e5.
But be careful, you cannot play a6 just yet, because bishop d7, queen d7, the pawn on b6 is hanging.
That could be right, assuming black cares about the pawn. Yeah, so
Who needs pawns anyway?
maybe, yeah, like this a6, queen d7. Okay, let me just make a couple of moves. Yeah, so f3, just to show the point. Black plays a6, bishop d7, queen d7, queen b6. I was thinking some sort of an a5 idea, bishop a6 idea, and the queen on b6. I'm not sure what to make of this position. Yeah, so a6 might be a thing.
Yeah, definitely. It is possible to go with a6, and Lemley is taking time. Yeah, very unusual position to have the pawn on h6 and bishop on g7. I mean, doesn't really happen so often. But while he's taking his time, I suggest to go back to the overview of
By the way,
position.
he just played it, yeah.
Oh, he played it.
Yeah, let's go to the overview. He just played a6.
Yeah, and we see, of course, still the game of Levon Aronian against Matthias Blubaum on top left corner. This is our leader of the tournament, who is trying to get another victory by pinning the knight on d4.
The extra knight, I have to add, but it's falling, and the king on d8 for Matthias is not going to find a safe escape. So Levon just pushed b4, knight e2. He's going to reclaim the knight, and I'm not afraid. I'm afraid that for Matthias it's going to be very difficult to escape this. What else are we seeing? Erdomus against Jose Martinez, the top middle board. It's pretty close, isn't it?
Pretty close, and in the middle bottom we have Kongresshaus against Alexandra Kostniuk. Alexandra pushed the pawn all the way to h3. Knight is standing beautifully on the f4 square, while Shao actually castled long in the position.
That looks fun. And everything else looks quite peaceful-ish, so we could go to that game and check it out.
Let's go.
All right. So, Xiaotong is one of the leaders of the tournament with 6 points. Alexandra currently is struggling a bit behind with 2 points, but still very, very exciting game. She's, according to an engine, doing better. The knight at f4 is a monster. The pawn on h3 allows black to gain some space. Maybe knight g2 could be a thing. But the problem could be the king's safety. Queen f6 apparently is a mistake, but it looks so human.
It looks very human. I mean, you're giving a check, you're removing the queen as well, but yeah, why? Why is it a question mark there? Our dear engine.
I mean, typically it goes like this. Engine sees something better, and if you didn't play the better move, it's everything else is a mistake. But of course, queen f6 is a pretty normal move. Threatened to play queen g6, knight b4, and there you go, a smothered mate again. Knight c2, knight a3, etc. So that's why I think that here the Chinese grandmaster is going to have to address the problem in some way, like a3, king a2, or perhaps bishop d3, knight b4 could be a problem. White's position is looking quite shaky, and I'm not really sure why the engine loves White's prospects.
And a3 has just been played, stopping the knight before idea. Looks very logical. Apparently, again, there are some missed opportunities in the position, but from human perspective, looks like a very logical move. You stop this knight before, you don't really want knight coming there in the position. And also, there is a very good square on a2 for the king, potentially to hide there.
I don't really like White's position, but what do I know? I think that Black has accomplished everything. The knight at f4, the pawn on h3, they look really beautiful. But on top of that, White hasn't done anything really wrong. The pawn on g4 could be sacrificed. I think that here Chinese grandmaster is going to play king a2. And if Alexandra is going to take on g4, rook g1, have some dynamics, and then who knows?
Yeah, definitely. It is possible. So king f1, king f1 stepping away now. Apparently the only move in the position.
Why it's an only move?
King a2.
What's wrong with king a2?
Apparently something was there.
Some tactics.
Our computer.
Some tactics. I'm not sure where the tactics are. Maybe a5 and knight b4.
Oh, and then there is a big checkmate threat in the position. Wow.
Yeah, that's why he played king a1, just to make sure this never happens. Very precise.
Yeah, super precise. Going to a1, no longer this knight before hanging in the air. And Alexandra is taking her time. She understands. She is in control in this position right now, and it's going to be her chance to score 1 or 2 points in this game, because it's very, very important to start the classical, with some extra points from the rapid.
And it also feels that White is going to play knight e5. And that's why Alexandra would love to blitz out a5. a5 and knight b4 and knight c2. But really good players are always really so into the opponent's responses. So you're thinking, what would I do if I was playing from the White's perspective? And I think it's got to be knight e5. So let's say a5, knight e5. You can't take with the knight because these pieces are going to be under attack. And if after a5, knight a5, takes my knight is under attack. Do I like this position? Maybe I don't like this position. I don't like to take the pawn on g4. So that's why I think that here for Alexandra, this is a pretty big decision to make.
But Alexandra's time is ticking. She has 5.5 minutes on the clock, 8 for Kongresshaus. Time will be deciding factor in this position. I mean, we'll have to find out, but I suggest to pull up the bird's eye view to see what else is going on. Again, we still have our leader, Levon Aronian, winning the position against Matthias Bluebaum. Rook is already getting to the f7 square. Would you like to check what is happening there? Let's dive into the game.
How winning is it, really? Is it winning, or it's very much winning, or it's slightly winning? But he has recaptured the lost piece, and now he's down a pawn. Doesn't really feel to be relevant, to be honest, because the black king is in danger, and Matthias is trying to desperately survive here. Rook a7, smart defense, and if somehow black could get the king on b8, he would do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, just if king could jump like a knight above the pieces, but unfortunately king cannot do so, and yeah, king c7, king b8 is unfortunately way too slow. Levon is activating another rook from a1, super logical, bringing it to f1.
I think he wants to take on g7 and then double the rooks. For some reason, he did not want to take on g7 immediately. Probably he thought that those pawns are falling anyway. So let's say black decides to run for his life and play something like king c7. I would put my money on rook takes on g7, king b8, and if I'm not blundering something terribly, rook f7, which looks very logical.
Yeah, definitely. Very logical, just doubling on the 7th rank.
I did blunder something though. Yeah. All right, but yeah, rook f1 looks super logical. Levon's position is feeling amazing. Levon is in a great shape. I wonder what he's going to do tomorrow, because tomorrow we have a rest day. Is he joining us for the excursion?
Hopefully, I mean, all players are invited for excursion. We're going to talk about it a bit later, but yeah, every rest day at the Biel Chess Festival is very exciting. There's always program created by our organizers. So it's going to be amazing. One of the best watch companies in Switzerland, Omega, we're going to visit it.
This is happening tomorrow, but today we still have some chess, and while Levon is thinking about his beautiful position, he's still trying to figure out how to convert this to a full point and dominate the rapid section of the triathlon. We have still more games to follow, and we are gonna see where the action is taking us from here. Is there something super spectacular, unusual, or at least weird happening?
Top middle board, Jose Martinez against Arturs. The game we haven't really followed. There is a beautiful knight standing on the d4 square. There is a pawn break from white right now happening with the f4. But I see the evaluation bar prefers black way too much. What's the reason for that? Is there some tactics happening there?
We are definitely going to go to that game. I will very, very quickly give an overview what's happening in the other games. Suleimanli against Limble. He still has the bishop on g7 on top right corner. He's pushing a bit, but the position is getting really sharp. By the way, he did win the pawn on b6. We're discussing this briefly. Then we have Václav Finek against Carissa Yip, lower left corner. It appears to be quite balanced, if I may say so, but I like sort of white's position more. Oh, wait, white is down a pawn. Alexander Kostyuk against Tang Zhao played knight g2 in the lower middle board. Now she has a pawn which is about to become a queen, if the circumstances are going to be right. And then we have Marco Materia against Vaishali, lower right corner, which is what is this?
This looks like there is a material balance, but very active position for Marco. Pawn on d5, knight on b5.
And the knight on b5 is very active. Black is also getting very ambitious at the king side, some bishop h3 stuff. But yeah, let's go to the Martinez game against Erdomus, where the Turkish player is looking for a way to score his first victory. He had a pretty disastrous event, only 1 point in 4 games, because again, 1 point you get for a draw. He lost the other 3 games. It was really rough stuff for him against Matthias Blubaum, and yeah, he didn't really recover ever since.
But this is what the players learn. They never look back. They just have to focus on the next game. That's what he did. He stopped the bleeding with a draw in the previous round, and now he has a chance to score more points against Jose Martinez. Here he is pushing with an a4 pawn, trying to open up the position against the king. Although there are no queens anymore, he's still attacking.
Such a beautiful position for black. I mean, he literally got everything he could have done in the opening phase. If I was playing black, I would be thinking, can I somehow double the rooks, like rook a5 or rook a7, whichever square it's the correct one. Then at the right moment, take on b3, play rook a2 for a checkmate. Also, there's a very simple idea to play a3 for an endgame, keep those pawns as weaknesses, then play something like rook e8 and play the longer game. But the clock is ticking. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Yes, has to make a choice.
The clock is ticking. That's the true assessment, because now Yes has lower than 3 minutes on the clock. And you know, Jose Martinez is a very dangerous player, especially in the faster formats. Rapid and Blitz, one of the most dangerous Blitz player in the world. 92, he's targeting the f4 square, but also at the same time c3, he wants to get knight there. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't notice this move at all, because I thought the knight on d4 stands great, but why not? It comes with some concrete ideas. Knight c3 takes, and rook a2, and here Jose might have to put his rook on the very sad square, rook a1. And maybe his idea is actually something like this. Let's say white plays rook a1. Now he plays a3, king c2, bring back the knight on d4, and then white loses all kinds of coordinations. With his pieces, the rook at a1 is stuck out of the game. The more I'm looking at this, I love it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and he's choosing knight b1. Now, what is the idea? First of all, knight c3 is no longer possible, but can you still try to do something there? Do you push a3? Do you take on b3? What's the right move ordered? Or do you want maybe first to just double the rooks on the a file?
I don't know. Everything looks great. At least I have a3, but I have a feeling that I can play a3 when I run completely out of ideas. So perhaps rook a7. It looks logical, and then I'm threatening immediately to take on b3 and double the rooks. But if I'm playing rook a7 from the black's perspective, I also need to figure out what I would do if I was playing with white. So what I'm doing, let's say rook a7, rook d2, and now maybe I can take on b3, and double the rooks, because you can take on e2, there's going to be rook a2 check, king c1, and I'm picking up the exchange. It looks very human, and maybe Yes right now is thinking which is the right square. Perhaps rook a7 just to extra protect the knight on d7.
Yeah,
No,
he's taking
doing
first
something
on
else.
f4.
It just always amazes how people think differently.
Yeah, and also finding out some other different moves. So what to do, how to take with the white on f4? Do you take with a knight because you would like to trade this knight on e2? Super dangerous piece.
Knight f4, I think it looks very reasonable because I don't like this knight on e2 at all. I would love to eliminate it. And no, Jose takes with the g pawn. He keeps the knight on e2 alive. The action is slowly heading to a time scramble where Yes has a time problem, but I think we still have to check the other games and see what we might be missing in both sections of the triathlon.
Levon Aronian against Matthias Brubaum. Levon is still pushing. He's taking all the pawns on the king side, still attacking. It's a top left corner, as well as Aydin Süleymanli in the top right corner. He's still up a pawn and he's attacking.
Well, it's still very much winning. Now it's more winning than it was winning before, so let's go to this game. By the way, there's a double exclam move by the Armenian superstar. He just played queen takes on h6 move, but I think the reasoning is pretty simple because white wants to deliver a fork on c6. Knight takes on d3 is not a hanging bishop because knight c6, you just drop the queen. And this is why Matthias played king c7.
King c7, but then there is queen g7 taking the knight. Can I do it?
Knight e7.
Knight e7. But then there is a rook f7. Is it not getting dangerous?
Bishop e5. Yeah, everything is dangerous.
Oh, bishop e5.
Another, I mean, Levon is on fire. I mean, check this out. He's just enjoying himself too much. You're going to take on b5. Knight takes on b5 is a fork. The rook on e8 is under attack. Now this king is never going to feel safe because even if you play at some point king b8, the b file is open.
3 brilliant moves that he played in the last 5 moves. I'm absolutely crazy for Levon. I mean, this is what he's showing here. His experience, his creativity in the game. That's why we love having Levon here. Bishop d7, trying to defend. Do you have queen g7 here? Do you want to try to pin and attack the knight on e5? Or what else do you want to do?
It looks very promising. Yeah. Queen g7, no, Levon goes for something simpler. Knight e7 allows knight e6. That this is pretty clear. King takes on d7 is queen g7, king d6. So there's got to be some immortal checkmate or something. Oh, wait, just take the queen, what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's very easy, actually. Yeah, king d7 is queen g7, knight e7 is knight e6. And wait.
And at the end, there is going to be...
Takes. Here. Rook f7. It's got to be a win.
Should be a win for Levon. I think he already calculated all of it. Although he has 3 minutes and 40 seconds in the position, I feel like he's going to blitz it out. So
last chance for Matthias here. Knight e6, rook e6, queen e6, bishop e3, rook f7. I think this is what he's hoping for, but I mean, he's got the instincts, got to tell him that he's dead lost. And right now, I know this look very well from Matthias's part. He's trying to recall, where did I go wrong? How did I get things get mixed? Knight e6 is happening. Knight c5 is destroying here. So you got to play rook e6. What else?
But at
But-
some moment the game you have to just accept, accept what is happening right now, and that's what Matthias has to do.
So yeah, I don't see any defense. The only try here is to take with e6, and yeah, like moments ago he was trying to recall what happened in the opening phase. How did he get tricked in his beloved French defense? A game to forget for him. But what a great game by Aronian. No, he plays King c8 instead.
King c8, stepping away, but of course now you can choose what you would like to do. Do you take with a bishop, with a knight? What do you do in this
Knight
position?
c5 looks killing. Knight c5, knight c5 is
Queen
queen
c6.
c6. Yes. Knight c5, rook takes on e3. Same queen c6 and background checkmate. Levon is looking for the cleanest way to wrap up the game.
He's just trying to calculate not to mess up anything, because there for sure, with such a time on the clock, you still can blunder. But no, knight c5 is on the board. Rook e3. Will we see queen c6?
There's got to be some simpler way to get the things done. Queen c6, there's still queen c7. And then queen a6, looks good enough. Queen c6 is on the board, king d8.
And now there is knight d7 and rook f8, but then you cannot win the queen because there will be a back rank checkmate on the e1. You have to be careful with that.
No, but I think it's winning. Knight e7, queen d7,
Rook f8.
rook f8. If you play king d7, it's rook f7, you're winning the queen. If you play rook e8, you just go for the pawn endgame.
Okay.
It's got to be winning. So Levon, I'm pretty sure he saw it like much faster than I did. And knight b7 is probably winning. Everything is winning. Yep, Levon
Knight
plays knight
b7.
b7. It's good enough. This looks like a mate to me.
Yeah, queen e7. There is going to be some checkmate.
So king e7, queen d6, king e8, queen g6. The king is getting checkmated because after king e7, there's going to be rook f7. The rook joins the hunt. There's a resignation by Matthias Bluban, and Levon Avronian officially wins the rapid section of the triathlon.
Yeah, and he's now in the lead, but we have other games which are ongoing. Let's go to Jose Martinez against, yes, Erdogmush, because there is an action unfolding. The A file is open, or do you see something else?
Yeah, the other games seem to be quite balanced, as much as I could tell from the overview. So let's go to this game where the Turkish star is looking for his first victory. So far, he has played a really beautiful game here. The knights on d4, the knight on e5. Also, the supreme control of the A file seems that white is about to be crushed here. f6, nice touch. On top of that, black is up a pawn. But it's 14 seconds. What worries me.
Oh, now he's getting lower and lower on the clock, and Jose Martinez is in control with 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And but of course, as we know from today and also from yesterday, for Yes, I mean, he's always in the time trouble. He's always getting there, and he is playing moves with 1 second, which are just simply, the best moves in the position. You were checking it like top engine moves. He just knows it. It's his intuition, it's his calculations, everything together.
Yeah, but it seems that for Hesed, things went really sour after his loss against Ronin. And of course, like, it's completely understandable. Like this game where he had an extra rook, where he gave up the exchange just to convert it with a full piece, having like 3 minutes versus, what was it, like 30 seconds or something, and he lost that game. It's unbelievable. And this is something you just cannot put out of your mind. So Jose is a brilliant player. He is being a beast in online chess. He came here to be able to prove that he could also be an excellent player over the board, but this loss against Aronian, it's haunting him.
Definitely it is. And look at this, rook a1 has been played. Yes, would like to bring another rook to the a8 and then a2 and just checkmate. That would be ideally for him. But Jose ignoring all the threats. He's playing rook g3.
G3, and looks like there's got to be already a killing shot at some point. King b2, where's the mate? Where's the mate? So Erdogmush is like, where's the mate? I mean, there's no mate. I mean, how can be there's no mate? Okay, let me go back.
Rook b3, stepping backwards. The other rook is also ready to join the game, join the position.
Yeah, you can see the shake of the head of the young Turkish player. He's very, very nervous here. He desperately wants to score finally the victory here. Again, his tournament result in the rapid section maybe is not the best, but every single point matters for the triathlon. These 2 points he does want to pick up.
Definitely. He is now bishop c2, trying still to defend the position for Jose Martin, but bishop g4 is coming into position. He's attacking Jose from all the sides of the board, queen side, king side, name it.
Yeah, but the longer the game continues, the more nervous you get because you've been winning the game strategically for, like, I don't know, the last 20 or 30
Bishop
moves.
D1, look at this.
And your opponent is not resigning.
Oh my God.
He's somehow holding on to the game and the clock is ticking.
And the only body language is like, how? How is it possible? How is it happening?
Bishop takes on b3, rook a2 is a big threat here. The rook at f2 is going to be under attack, and Jose is just trying to not to blunder the game on the spot.
But if rook takes on b3?
There's also rook b3.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, there you go.
But
There's
now,
bishop b3. Knight d5. There comes Jose Martinez. He goes for a counterattack. It might be too late, though, because there is seemingly no checkmate.
Rook b3, what is going to happen after rook b3?
Knight c4.
Knight c4 is coming in, oh my God.
But suddenly things get really, really sharp.
And Jose has still time, 1.5 minutes for this position, so he can still consider other options, what he can do in this position. Definitely knight b3 cannot be played.
Or maybe you could just take it even. Rook b3, knight b3 is knight e3, or king b3 is going to be rook a3, king c2. I cannot calculate so quickly. Looks promising, but everything looks promising.
If someone can calculate quickly, it's definitely yes, and he's trying to calculate through all these lines to try to figure out. I mean, so many lines are happening in his head at the same time.
Give you a very quick update what's happening in the other games. Tanshao game against Alexandra Kostanyuk is quite balanced. The other games seem to have finished. Finnick has won against Carissa Yip. Marco Materie was victorious over Vaishali. I think the other games we already mentioned. So let's go back live and follow this critical game where Erdomos is looking to score his first victory of the rapid section.
Jose is still trying to find a way, but unfortunately, there is not so longer a way. It's 36 seconds for Jose Martinez. Will he be able to make here absolute magic like Levon Aronian did against him earlier in the tournament, or will he lose?
I just love how calm he is. I mean, compare these two players. Look at this. So Erdomos is so nervous. He's shaking front and go back. But Martinez is like very, very composed. Yes, he's super, super composed, trying to figure out things. He plays knight b6. That's a move that Erdomos did not expect. What is knight b6? What I'm supposed to do against that?
Rook a2 check. Now he has the only way to go back to b1 or taking the...
You take it, that's a mate. You can't do it. You can't take it.
Then you have to take the rook.
Knight a2, rook a2, king b3, rook f2. Black has the extra material. Martinez is desperately trying to complicate things, but you just can't. He'll lose some time.
Oh my God, he couldn't hold on the time. Wow. But okay, position was already losing. Incredible how Yes was handling this position with just seconds on the board. And this is the final game to finish in the final round of the rapid portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon of the Biel Chess Festival. Here are the results.
Yeah, we got a lot of decisive results in the final round. Levon Aronian was a beast of the rapid section. He managed to score 9 points out of 10, just making one draw, winning every other game. Jose Martinez just lost against Erdomos, allowing the young Turkish player to score his very first victory. Suleimanli defeated the three-time winner of the triathlon, Lim Le, with his London. In the meantime, in the Generations Challenge section, Václav Finnick scored a very important victory to, if I'm not terribly mistaken, to win the tournament against Carissa Yip. Xiao Tong shared points with Alexandra Kostanyuk, and Marco Materia was victorious over Vaishali.
Absolutely insane last round. And here are the standings. After the rapid portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon, we have Levon Aronian, the leader of the Masters. Behind him is Aydin Suleimanli, 3 points below Matthias Bibaum and Lim Le, together with Jose Martinez with 4 points. And it's Yes Erdomos with the 3 points in the bottom of the rankings. In the Generation Challenge, meanwhile, we have Václav Finnick leading the tournament on the second place, sharing Marco Materia and Xiao Tong. Alexandra Kostanyuk with Carissa Yip with 3 points, and Vaishali is, for the time being, at the bottom of the leaderboard with the 2 points. I mean, Arturs, what an insane day it has been of the rapid portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. What would you say? What is the biggest surprise or the biggest, positive result that you have witnessed in this?
There were a lot of surprises. I definitely would have thought that Erdomos is going to have a better start. He did not. I would have thought that Levon Aronian will absolutely lose against Jose Martinez. He did not. So he won actually the game. And it was really fun to follow. We saw a lot of time scrambles, a lot of heartbreaks. There was a lot of drama, mistakes. But this is why rapid chess is exciting. And it's still only the first part of the triathlon because we have still the classical portion. We have the Blitz event. Then we have the final stage where the best players will qualify to figure out who is going to take down the 2026 Biel Chess Festival. And things are only starting to heat up.
Dear viewers, it has been an amazing weekend.